Good morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, November 21st. Madam Clerk, please call the zoning piece of the DPS meeting to order. Call it here.
Santana. Present. Harsh. Here. House Jones. Jones. McCormick. Present. Spencer. Present. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning again, everyone. Only zoning piece that we have this morning is ordinance number 800-2023 by Councilmembers Harrison and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to amend section 337.031 of the codified ordinances of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, as amended by ordinance number 582-18, passed July 18th, 2018, relating to the townhouse RA districts. We have Assistant Director Fields, we have our zoning guru Shannon Leonard, and the always sharp, intelligent, just a good brother, our Vice Chair of our Planning Commission, August Fluker. Good morning. Green button.
This on. Green button?
Press the middle. Down.
We'll use this one.
All right.
Oh, there it goes. I was pressing that one.
It is.
Okay. Okay, so we're here
It's up to you.
for the amendment of our townhouse code, which originally was adopted in 2018. We are trying to perfect some of the challenges that we noticed as we tried to implement the code. Once it was adopted, there were different things that came to us from the community, from other developers, and from City Planning Commission, where there were just some issues, and we want to try to make those corrections. There was a lot of community engagement. We had it up on our site for a period of time to allow people the community and other stakeholders to give feedback. And so Shannon has poured through our code extensively and really tried to perfect it. And so we are here today to try to get that passed. And so Shannon will go into the details of what is being proposed now.
Thank you, Assistant Director Fields. Shannon Leonard, Chief City Planner, City Planning Commission. So I'm going to walk you through the update. We've been going, as Assistant Director Fields stated, on this journey since 2019, 2020, and really tried to make sure that we heard all the voices and all the comments from everybody from block clubs, architects, developers, and citizens. You all may have received a package in the mail that was quite lengthy and kind of addressed some of those, and some of those why maybe they weren't addressed. And so with this, we really needed to balance the difference between the public health, safety, comfort, and general welfare for all citizens of Cleveland, not just specific neighborhoods. We also had to balance that with private property rights afforded by the Constitution. We wanted safe and walkable neighborhoods. We wanted predictability and clarity, transparency, efficiency and customer service, and how this code is administered. Really put community as well as safe and walkable neighborhoods, context responsive compatibility, and really make sure that we have some typologies available for missing middle housing. Some of those public comments that we received were to clarify the process and the definitions based on user feedback, to maintain current language regarding complementary and block sensitive. We wanted landscaping requirements. People asked for some adding of outdoor amenity space that was in the original townhouse code. Address the townhouses fronting alleys when appropriate within 100 feet of certain alleys, and then add minimum lot and minimum lot sizes. Other comments were to have human scale materials to apply also to facades and auto or motor courts, differentiating pavers from motor courts. In other words, really making a difference between, the goal there is to differentiate between pedestrians and motorists, that is snow friendly, and make sure that there's a place for snow to go, to use the word scale, complementary, and compatible, and really just to balance regulations all around for the entire city for context-sensitive projects, while allowing for new, flexible, and different design approaches, architectural styles that is in scale with existing context. We did receive letters of support and comments from the American Institute of Architects in the City of Cleveland. So again, we had general feedback and review with developers and architects, block clubs, council, internal staff review within city planning. We also had fire review it, Chief Vanover reviewed it, Chief Zoning Administrator Rick Riccardi reviewed it. We had our landmark section review it, various organizations across the city and state, and then review of best practices of other similar cities, and then obviously we had a law review. And so what is the goal of today's update of the update? And just for clarification, there's been internal updates and updates that have gone to city planning until we really got down to feeling comfortable to bring this before you all, is consider and process public comment, clarify the process and definitions based on user feedback, to refine conditional use in the single-family and two-family provision, new definitions and regulations for motor courts, and then address interior frontages, especially for interior lots. And so what does the application process look like? We really just clarified the process for the determination of RA1, RA2, or RA3. This is really what determines the density of the townhouse project, RA3 being the densest and RA1 being the less dense, and how that application works its way through the process. Planning staff is responsible, specifically the zoning section, to make a recommendation to the city planning director on which R8 district applies based on existing setback calculation. And then anything that's in a two-family district or single-family district will go before City Planning Commission. And then every project will be either reviewed by City Planning Commission or Landmarks Commission for the townhouse units. And that just kind of walks you through the process. So how do we define what is RA1, RA2, RA3? It's specifically laid out here, and it's similar to what we do currently. We determine the existing typical front yard setback of the zoning district of the proposed developments. For any type of proposal to be constructed mid-block, that means any lot off a corner whose district's front yard setback range most closely aligns with the setback of the existing buildings on the block shall be applied. So basically what you see here is you take the average of the setbacks, calculate the two averages, and you come up with what the setback should be, and then that determines in that range what is RA1, RA2, or RA3. And then for proposals that are constructed on corners, we do take the context of the buildings on adjacent corners and across the street. And so this is an example of a townhouse review under the code. As you can see here, once the RA determination is determined, then the regulations apply, and we apply the code as such following those determinations. So this is going to get kind of in the nitty-gritty and a little bit technical, and so if you could just stay with me, but really just kind of going through what the differences are here. So in the purpose statement of the legislation, we changed it from townhouse developments to townhouse projects, and we added some language that was asked of us by a variety of organizations as it relates to the purpose of this district. And that really just states that this section is intended to accommodate a variety of innovative housing typologies for infill development and to ensure compatibility of such units. A little note on definitions in the zoning code. So definitions in the zoning code are not required or do not have to be the same as the Ohio Building Code, and they should not be. That's because the Cleveland, Ohio Building Code draws from the International Building Code. Zoning code definitions are context-based to meet a purpose, and they're generally not general. And then zoning code definitions call out in any chapter are for a specific context, i.e. related to townhouse project development or some type of overlay district. For instance, an institutional use in a pedestrian retail overlay district is a variety of things from daycare to churches. And then there's specific definitions that take precedence over general definitions. And so we refined townhouse project is any combination of a single-family detached dwelling units, townhouse units, and/or townhouse buildings submitted to the city as a unified development proposal. When a single-family detached dwelling units are part of a townhouse project proposal and are located adjacent and fronting to the public right-of-way, they must be contiguous with other units. Single-family detached dwelling units may not exceed 1/3 of the total unit count for the project in order to be reviewed under this code. And then we changed the word principal street frontage to primary street frontage. It is more widely understood to be primary street frontage for where your house fronts or a townhome fronts in its common architectural and development terms. And so what does that townhouse project mean, and what does primary frontage mean? So in this proposal here, West 48th would be the primary street frontage, and the requirement is that the unit on the front has some type of pedestrian entrance, access to the public right-of-way. And then as it relates to calling it a townhouse project, what this means is when you have a project that is proposed on this site, such as this, you have 4 townhouse units and 1 detached single-family dwelling unit. That can be included as the overall townhouse project because it wouldn't make sense to regulate this differently than the townhouses that it exactly matches. And so this is kind of what that looks like in the rear. So these homes were proposed in the rear, and there's 1 single detached unit to complete the project, complete the financing on the project, and it's regulated the same way as the remaining of the project. City Planning Commission really wanted us to understand and define what a motor court is. And so originally it was called auto court. They're interchangeable, but the law department prefers motor court. And this is really just an internal private road for townhouse project allowing vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle access from the public right-of-way to private garages. The court regulations in 357 do not apply to townhouse projects, and that's specifically because those are regards to like plazas and courtyards in front of commercial buildings and other residences, and does not apply to this project, to townhouse projects. Alley is already defined, and then private road just means a privately owned or controlled and maintained drive, street, road that provides the primary means of vehicular ingress or egress to where 2 or more lots or dwelling units share a common access drive, even if such lot has the required frontage on a public road. And these definitions are important as it refers to administering this code. And again, this would be an example of a private drive or private. And then we added more definitions again. For principal pedestrian interests, we clarified that an exterior door exclusive to the dwelling unit that offers a pedestrian the most visible and direct means of ingress into a public right-of-way or private walkway. And that's important for units that might front the private drive. Private walkway is any sidewalk or passageway located on privately owned property. A muse unit is a new term that we added, but it's any townhouse unit on an interior frontage and whose principal pedestrian entrance is located opposite of a motor court, fronting a private walkway at the side lot line. And then transition is a term that we borrowed from the form-based code, but it's an additional setback, a buffer requirement, and reduced height allowance when certain districts abut specifically defined districts with a lower height intensity or more restrictive use. And so the next section, and we'll walk kind of through what all of those mean in a few moments, but townhouses and townhouse projects in single and 2-family districts, they are permitted as a conditional use. So a conditional use is a specific use that's not generally allowed in regular districts, and it has a specific procedure attached to it that needs to generally always be approved by Planning Commission. And Planning Commission is given that authority from the state, Ohio Revised Code, that gives them the sole responsibility of making land use decisions at the request of council or the administration. City Planning Commission may determine whether the proposal meets all applicable site planning and architectural design standards established in what you'll notice subsection E to ensure proper design and compatibility with existing uses. And then all townhouses will either go through housing or local design review, city planning or landmarks respectively. So anything that's 5 units or less in a 2-family district will go to city planning. Anything will go to local design, 5 units or less will go to city planning staff for housing design review. Anything over 5 units in either district will go to the appropriate commission, but if they are in a 2-family district, they will all go to city planning commission. And so what is the site planning and design? We really just kind of clarified this. And really, City Planning Commission will use these 4 categories to determine if the use meets the criteria for conditional use. Those 4 conditions are compatibility, site layout, building features, circulation, and parking. And we'll walk through those. So site planning, as it relates in design, should meet height and front yard setbacks. So where you may have more modern design, does it meet the height and front yard setbacks of the existing context on a street? Relative height and massing of surrounding context. Projects, city planning will look and see if those, the height and massing is correct. They will also look at roof forms and frontage features. So what does the frontage features look like on the lot, on the street within 100 feet? Is it porches and stoops, or is it slab on grade? What does the frontage feature look like? And then what are the roof forms? How do we implement townhomes that meet the character of the street? And so these are just some examples of the different frontage features that are required based on the context of the street. That could be a common yard, porch and fence, terrace or light well, a forecourt, or a stoop. And then lastly, they look at circulation and parking. So how is the project laid out within a lot or lots? How is it sited? How do pedestrians move around the site as well as vehicles? This was a big topic among the public, is the Muse units, or the interior frontage units within an interior lot, and having pedestrian entrances located on interior side lot lines. We did a lot of conversations with the Planning Commission, the community at large, various organizations, as well as looked at best practices across the country as it relates to these. One of the thought processes, maybe this needs to go through a moratorium, but then upon further conversations with all stakeholders, we decided to really change the regulations to prohibit these where it would makes the least sense and causes the most cringe among the community. And I think that the regulations that I set forth before you here really addresses those ones that are really unsightly and not favorable by the public. And so one of the questions from the community was, why do we not regulate the minimum lot dimensions for townhouse projects across the city of Cleveland? And that's really because in single-family districts, we have 33% of all single-family homes that do not meet the minimum lot standards. And for two-family districts, which is where the bulk of townhouse projects are found, 84% of lots in the city of Cleveland do not meet the two-family standards. So they are non-conforming lots as is. So setting a lot dimension would not do anybody justice as it relates to providing a variety of different types of housing typologies. The other thing that we added here for the front yard depth for those interior units. So interior townhomes that front on interior frontages are those that have a pedestrian entrance on the interior lot line, and those Muse units that are facing the private drive, we set those similar so that the required setback in the densest district would be 10 feet as well as in the least dense district. The other thing we added was a rear yard depth as a minimum for a rear lot line adjoining another district. So let's say that you're in a one-family or two-family, or you're adjoining even a local retail district, we added a 3-foot rear yard requirement, and that was a requirement asked of fire. As it relates to the building design features, we do require active space for the interior frontages as well as the Muse unit frontages. The entrances, Planning Commission asked for those Muse units, any Muse unit more than 150 feet from a street line shall provide a pedestrian entrance directly to the motor court. And this is really just to address any type of really long private drive that you may have, to have more access for pedestrians, for your guest, or what have you, that they do not have to just directly enter the garage door. The height of finished first floor above grade, as you'll go down, you'll see that we added a block really just for Muse unit across the board because it is a unit that needed to be addressed in this revision. And then the private open space you'll see is required. There's 150 feet required for the least dense, and 100 feet for the middle dense, and then 0 feet for the densest of urban environments. And an open space really is any type of patio or porch or outdoor space that each unit can use. And that was really a request of the public. And then transitions, again, is what we borrowed from the form-based code. And what it basically is saying that there's a 10-foot setback from any common property line of a zoning district that has a minimum height of 35 feet. So for instance, if you're in a local retail district abutting a two-family B1 or 35-foot height district, what it's saying is that your rear building needs to be 10 feet a minimum off the property line with a dense landscaping strip, and anything over 2 stories or 24 feet needs an additional 10-foot setback from that rear line. What we normally see In our current code is that if you step back off the front property line, you can go up to a higher district. And what this is saying is when there's this transition between densities of commercial corridors and in our residential neighborhoods, that we're going to make sure that there's not this overhang or overbearingness, if you will, of townhome units. Oh, can you not sit there? The building design, this is one of the townhouses that were permitted after the code was adopted over on East 120th Street and Ashbury Avenue. The other thing that we addressed was the garages, car openings, driveways, and motor courts. And so what we're saying here is that we're requiring some landscaping to be provided in the motor court, basically 25 square feet of dedicated landscaping area for every 32 linear feet of garage door. And then that the motor court paving material is required to be human scaled, and this is really just to kind of differentiate between the driveway and where pedestrians should walk. So as you see here at 1934 East 123rd Street, there's showing you an example where there's a pedestrian pathway as well as a vehicular drive. Again, that's also shown on the bottom where there's a differentiation in pavers to really differentiate that this is a pedestrian thoroughfare. So what does that landscaping look like? If you have 16-foot garage doors visible from the public right-of-way, so if you're standing at the public right-of-way, these are each of the garage doors that you can see within a townhouse development. We're saying that there's 112 linear feet of garage door visible from the right-of-way. You take that and divide it by 32 so that you need 100 square feet of landscaping within the motor court. And that's really just to add some variety in the motor court. The original purpose of the motor court was to be for motors and not really for pedestrians. But as we know, human behavior, obviously uses the motor court also. This is an example of projects that have been built along either open space or where a pedestrian thoroughfare within a townhouse configuration really works out.
Where's that?
The one on the right is in Scion Park, and the one on the left is in Councilwoman Spencer's, I think off West 85th. It's the one by the park, yep. We also wanted to clarify the procedures. This image created a lot of tension, and so we can just do without the image, so we have taken it out. This really talks through when you submit an application to construct a townhouse project, subject to the regulations of this chapter, you need to submit a scaled site plan and show the proposed construction in either direction within 250 feet of the site and to the relevant area of context. There's a determination of compliance made with the city planning in determining the RA district. There's obviously the referral to City Planning Commission for proposals subject to approval by the City Planning Commission or landmarks for design review. And then for townhouse projects located, and this is where we really clarified, is for projects located in that single family or two family district, the City Planning Commission shall review any application subject to conditional approval and shall determine whether those proposal meets all of those applicable standards as we'd established in Division E as it relates to site planning and design. We are also requiring public notice. And so public notice will go out on our website, but there will also be, as you all know, that the BZA has the placards that go into the property. We'll require the developer or the owner to place one of these signs saying, hey, we're having a public hearing at Planning Commission. This is the development. This is the contact information, et cetera. And that was really important to the public to have other ways to be notified besides just our website. And so those are all the major updates to this townhouse code. So if you have any questions, I'd be more than welcome to answer. And then if you would like to ask Mr. Fluker any questions as it relates to the totality of the city planning process, I know he's here to have some words.
Thank you, Mrs. Leonard. Vice Chair Fluker, is anything you want to add before we go to public comment?
I would just like to commend the staff.
Michael.
I would just like to commend the staff on their work. It's been a road, but I think when we look at it in totality, it addresses inclusivity. It addresses people with all abilities. It begins to talk about how one designs an environment that's conducive to the streetscape and folks who use that, use those townhomes. So I'm city planning, my colleagues, and I know Councilman McCormick lived through some of the earlier versions of the townhouse code, and I think he would agree. We've come a long way, so thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. All right, we'll open up the public comment portion of the meeting. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed in? No one signed in for public comment. I know we all received an email from David Ellison and Faye Harris with comments and questions. We all received that, so I won't read that into the record. Anyone who would like a copy of that, we'll make that available. But because the committees all received it and other council members, we won't read that. But everyone should have that in their email. I looked at the recipient list, and everyone was on that list. I'm sure you all have received it as well, right? Planning?
I don't know if I've received their recent one, but we did meet with them in person several months ago.
Okay, got it. Thank you. All right, we'll close the public comment portion of the meeting. Councilman McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to thank planning staff for their hard work on this piece. And Commissioner Fluker and I suffered the early days of this ordinance. Well-intentioned ordinance, but we would sit at the planning commission table, Mr. Chairman, confused as all is around what were we looking at, how was it interpreted, and all that kind of stuff. So really appreciate that there's been a lot of work done on this. And what I want to say, too, is that I think the genesis of the feedback I've heard from the community is wanting to ensure that when townhomes are built, that they are that they complement the neighborhood, they're people friendly, they have things like front porches for folks to sit out on and activate the streets, and that they are as less auto-centric as possible. So it really just it's the idea of putting in a home that is going to engage the community, is going to be, is going to feel like someone can sit on that front porch, right? And we had a lot of conversations in the planning commission about that. You know, sometimes you get the little stoop that you can put a little flower pot on, but how do you really have a usable presence on the street? So I think really, I'm hopeful as we move forward with the commission and staff that when we're reviewing these types of projects, we are emphasizing the neighborhood engagement of these designs. How do they engage the neighborhood? How do they bring light and people to the street frontage to ensure that they are working with the community, and that when there are vehicular pedestrian interactions, that they're limited and safe, right? And I think that that's a big part of it. I represent 4 neighborhoods that are all very walkable, or I got a ton of people on the street, and so ensuring that there's pedestrian safety is a high priority. For myself, and I think for a lot of our community members, so that we're always designing with that in mind, right? And I know that that's a value of the Planning Commission. A lead value of the Planning Commission is to create a walkable, safe city for the city of Cleveland. So, Chair, the only question I have, I know that there's a lot of conversation on the Muse units, and thank you for the explanation on this. So how would you respond to a resident or a community member that says, why do we need these, right? Why don't we just require that they wrap the corner, or that, how do you respond to that? Because I'm sure that that's something that feedback we've received and will continue to receive.
Thank you, Councilman McCormick, for your comments. As it relates to, I'll answer that in 2 parts. The first question is the active space. As you'll notice in this change, is we did require more active space as it relates to the interior frontages and the Muse frontages as well. And that's really to help make sure that we have eyes on the street on all projects. I think as it relates to the entirety of the city of Cleveland, conversations that we had among staff and stakeholders and the community is that there are different places in every different place within the city of Cleveland, and there's different market forces across the city. And so rather than just prohibiting those interior frontages or those Muse units, there are places for it where it makes sense. There have been some really great projects done that have some Muse units that provide maybe a smaller unit that's more affordable and allows for affordable units in townhouse projects that generally may not have previously existed or did not exist. And so I think it's, when we're looking at this, when we make regulations, it's for the entire city and not just specific neighborhoods, unfortunately, for some. And so the reason why we left it there, allowed those frontages or those interior units or muse units to exist, is that because there's vast differences across the city, and that the City Planning Commission, using these regulations really can take into consideration where that siting makes sense. And there's going to be sites and there's going to be projects that have been proposed and that have been proposed where those interior frontages or muse frontages just really don't work, and the City Planning Commission would agree.
So, to the chair, my assumption is that before it gets to Commissioner Fluker's group, staff would advise them, hey, this isn't the right place for this. Go back to the drawing board. Is that kind of how we're looking at operationalizing this?
Yes, and we've already operated in that
Okay.
regard, and there's been conversations. It can be hard sometimes, but we also have to give them due process so that if they don't like what we say as from a staff level or from a director level, they can still have the process to take it through City Planning Commission.
In that situation, Mr. Chairman, I would assume that the Planning Commission, the staff would say, hey, our opinion is XYZ to the commission if there's disagreement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And they generally can't meet the standards that are set out in the regulations.
Okay.
When it's really inappropriately cited.
Thank you. And Chairman, I'm curious to. I hope that we've achieved the clarity out of these changes. Again, I'm reflecting on my time. Through the changes, do we feel, and maybe Commissioner, this is more of a question to you, that the commission has a clear understanding of what they're being asked to look at?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, to Councilman McCormick, we're actually really comfortable. A lot of hand-wringing. Really what we arrived at, we need to make sure that we create quality first.
Yes.
And that's really what the emphasis has been put on in the new legislation before you, or the ordinance before you. I feel comfortable. I live in a townhouse myself.
Mm-hmm.
I raised a son there. We have an auto court, but it's got landscaping, gates into courtyards, and it became a very safe place for my son to play and recreate. So I think, too, I just want to address a little bit about the muse units. I think they could be one of the better units on the site if done properly, and I believe the zoning allows and accounts for that, to be totally honest.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I think that you just hit the key on that, is quality. And I really hope, Chairman of the Commission, that, all projects, but sometimes when I see a townhouse in my ward sell for $700,000, and I say, what's the quality of that, right? I mean, so materiality, open space, I hope that the commission really leans into that stuff, that the staff and the commission does, to ensure that, when developers are building, that they're being held to a high standard. Because I've got projects I can point to my ward that I say, this is exactly what everybody should do, and then there's other projects, maybe not so much. So I really appreciate the commissioner's focus on quality, and I hope that the staff really drives that home. So if you get a project in front of you that you can tell is just trying to optimize every penny, that you say, you know what, we really have higher standards in the city of Cleveland than that, and here's what we expect out of you. If you're selling a townhouse for $700,000, you're making money. I don't care what anybody tells you. You are making money. And so I really hope, and Director Shannon, what is your title? Chief and Director. I'm okay, Director and Chief. All right, there we go. And I'd love to hear your feedback, Chair, to the Director and the Chief, on how do we ensure that Commissioner Fluker's emphasis on quality is enforced.
So the other thing to add to this is that I didn't include in my presentation, and that to ensure that we have the quality and make sure that that's a really driving home factor. For the Planning Commission meetings, myself or Xavier will give a townhouse conditional use presentation, just really driving home the requirements that city planning commissioners are looking at. And that's for not just the sake of doing it, but for also maybe there's some new members that may not have that experience. And so these are the conditions upon which you can grant this. If they do not meet those standards, you cannot grant this, correct? So I'm really driving that home, and then really looking to make sure that, zoning lays the foundation, and then anything, really making sure that we have those rules in place to really make sure that we drive that quality, and for people to, have designs that really meet the character of the neighborhood. I think that was one of the key driving complaints and requirements by the public, but also AIA, as well as Cleveland Restoration, the Ohio Historic Preservation Organization, was really making sure that we maintain those standards within. And I think if those standards are followed and are approved by Planning Commission or even Landmarks Commission, we'll really be in a good place.
I appreciate that. And as a former townhouse owner and occupant myself, I have one final question, and I don't know if this can be considered in this. So I used to live in a 120-year-old townhome at 38th and Clinton, and we had a shared backspace. So is that, in which at first I was like, do I want to share my backyard with all these folks that I don't even know who they are at first? But what became so beautiful of it is it became the shared space. We all were out there together on a Saturday. Somebody was gardening, somebody was cooking out. So is that type of shared space ever considered? Because it did build community within the 8 townhomes on my block. So I'm just curious if that type of perspective is considered.
Yeah, I think the shared space is common of townhome projects. A lot of townhome projects, they subdivide all the parcels and then have that shared space for trash and snow removal. And in fact, City Planning Commission members, and specifically Mr. Fluker as well as Chair Curry, often require, that public easement so that there is this required shared responsibility for that space. I think we also did add the open space requirement, whether that's a patio, porch, or just some gardens, what have you, some seating area. I think that really will help aid into that more community-like feel. And I think in general, people that buy townhomes, not just here in Cleveland, but across the country, are comfortable with that shared living space and maybe looking for that type of environment.
Yeah, and Chair, I'll close by saying I had a resident in Ohio City that moved to 15 because the little backyard he didn't want to take care of. And so he found a townhouse at 15 that had no backyard. So I think it's funny how it just differs on the person. I mean, there are people that, live in condos in my ward because they don't want to see a blade of grass for the rest of their lives. And then there are other people that want big open space. That's all different. Again, Chair, I just want to thank Stephanie. You guys are working hard on this. And I know that not everything that everybody wanted in the community or abroad is in this, but I really appreciate the progress on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman McCormack. Councilman Harsh.
We'll share it. Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of questions. Nothing too specific, but through the chair, when I was at Metro West, I never dealt with a townhouse. They weren't building townhouses in Metro West, and I've only had one interaction with it now. So just from a historical perspective, and I thank Councilman McCormick because I think I did figure some of this out in his questioning, what problem were we solving for here? What was going on with the old townhouse code that was causing so much consternation and conflict that we needed to resolve this? What problem are we solving for?
Well, Ms. Leonard addressed the out of court. So we had some bad actors in the development world. So subsequently, what they would do is just cram as many townhouses in as they could, pave it, and sell them, and creating a very sterile, very inhumane, and quite frankly, very unattractive condition. Mm-hmm. So that was really the biggest issue. The second issue, in my opinion, I believe, Mr. Chair, to Councilman Hirsch, that Councilman McCormick brought up, is the fact that it wasn't really clear what our charge was as a planning commission. We would spend more time debating what we should be doing and how we should render our opinions. What I can say unequivocally, the way planning is running now works, and for a lot of reasons. The way it's structured with design review committees, they vet the design, obviously, and planning. But now, the operative word being planning, we can now focus on what's important for the community and not get caught up in the details and the minutia, because that process is more streamlined and it's actually more interactive with staff, with the planning committees. And by the time it gets to us, it's vetted, and we can make hopefully, you know, in theory, we can make an educated guess on how we should proceed. Obviously, nothing's perfect in life, but I believe this is darn close to being a perfect scenario for the city and for the community.
Interesting. Thank you. My other question through the chair, so when a single family or two-family construction project happens, and I did see a few of these in Stock Yards and Clark Fulton, you would just take the proposal to Building and Housing, submit your building plan, and they would approve or disapprove the permit, and you'd be good to go. So through the chair, are townhomes unique in requiring, I mean, I understand there's design review districts where everything goes through CPC, but are townhomes unique in requiring design planning commission approval before construction?
Do you want to answer that?
Yeah, I was just going to say yes. To the chair, or through the chair to Councilman Karsh. We do, we approve single-family housing as well as townhouses, so all of it goes through Planning Commission. It's, the difference is in if it's 5 or fewer units, it's done with staff as opposed to going to the local committee and then going to Planning Commission, but we do review them.
Okay, so through the chair, so all those single-family houses that I thought were just living and building and housing for approval were also going all along?
Yes.
And I just didn't see it because it was a single family, it was just signed off by someone and just popped, whoops. It was just popped right back over.
Yes.
Okay, that might explain it. Last question then. So again, just sort of big picture stuff. So the majority of like Old Brooklyn is zoned single family, two family, or multifamily. There is no townhome zone in the city. So is it my understanding through the chair that townhomes are unique and that people can sort of build them in just about any zone with approval? There is no townhouse zone. It's not a commercial district or retail or anything like that. So could you just sort of, sorry, could you just explain a little bit about what constitutes a spot where a townhome can be built in terms of zoning, because it's not always a 1-2 or MF?
Through the chair to Councilman. So in 2018, this is what this code did, was allow that we do have some legacy townhouse districts across the city. You'll see them on the map marked as RA-2-1 or any range of numbers. What this regulations did in 2018 was say, hey, townhouses are a housing typology that a variety of people throughout the city want to see, and they offer a variety of affordability levels. And so what they did was it allows townhouses to go in any district. The caveat is that in a single-family or two-family district, even though townhomes are generally considered single-family attached, some people see them as more two-family or apartments. And so what they're saying is City Planning Commission can give townhome projects a conditional use in those single-family, two-family districts, and otherwise they can be built anywhere in the city.
Okay.
So there's no specific district because they're allowed
Right.
everywhere by right, and then a conditional use in single-family and two-family
I see.
districts.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Spencer?
Thank you, Chair Hairston. I will try my best to build off of the questions that have already been asked and not be repetitive. I do need to ask for a little assistance here from our planning staff through the chair. I am still not totally understanding what a Muse unit is, and more specifically, what we're trying to solve for. So what was not working in the past that we are trying to correct with this Muse unit specific language in this revised version of the code?
Through the chair to the councilman, I'll show some images to kind of help. So what you have here is an interior frontage, meaning that the front door of a townhome does not face on a motor court or on a private, public right-of-way, so a street. So in this case, you have an interior frontage that either faces the park here, or you have an interior frontage that faces another unit across the street. Across the court for townhomes. And the reason why I say interior frontage is because this is different than what we are referring to as a Muse unit. A Muse unit is generally on the auto court. So this is an interior side lot line unit, and the Muse units are units that are within an auto court. And so they don't necessarily, maybe they don't face the public right-of-way, they don't face a park or an interior side lot line, but they have a pedestrian entrance fronting the auto court or the motor court, if you will. Does that clarify?
So through the chair, the problem that was identified is that the motor court facing units that we are now artfully calling Muse units, which sounds way more cool, didn't have pedestrian access. Is that kind of the problem that's being solved for, that there was lack of pedestrian access for those motor court units?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And they can kind of be used interchangeably. The Muse units, they could have interior frontages or motor court frontages.
Okay.
Thank you. You said there, with the Muse, because I've heard a lot about this particular piece. So you're saying that they have two frontages, maybe one facing towards the park, and then maybe the back door or the front door facing another location? Just for clarification, I didn't understand what you were saying.
A Muse unit could have a front door facing such as this on an interior side lot line, or it could be such as, and I apologize, here, the two units adjacent to the most southern lot line here, their front doors are on the auto courts, so those are considered Muse units as well.
So looking at this picture, Mr. Chairman, where would it, you're saying it's on the it's on the outside? Can you show me with your, yes. Would that little light show?
Or doesn't work on the light. So those, do you see the blue blocks closer to where it says existing house?
Yes.
Yep. Yes, that would be considered a Muse unit. And it could have either a motor court entrance, which is generally required, or in some cases where it makes sense, such as where you saw on the park, having an interior frontage along the interior side lot line makes the most development sense. And that's really to allow for, pedestrian passageways to the park or to a unit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I want to take some time to make sure I understand the portion of the revised code that relates to what's the public notification, I think is what I'm looking for. One challenge that the community has faced is that, and I've had trouble, I'm finally catching on, it's taken me a while, trouble understanding the differentiation between a conditional use process versus a zoning variance. So, for example, there is a parcel in Ward 15 that's currently zoned 2-family. And I had informed residents at Zone 2 family that's, if there were ever a change, it would be a zoning variance. And then learned that there was a conditional use permit granted for that parcel and that townhomes were being built on it. So residents were very confused about those different but related processes, why it didn't go through a zoning variance. And more to the point, zoning variances at this point, Board of Zoning Appeals, for a variety of reasons, gives direct public notification to surrounding residents. They now post signs, whereas Planning Commission at this point, there's not a direct public notification process. Although the Planning Commission's agenda is public, most members of the public don't on the regular go and review the Planning Commission agenda. So there's been a lack of understanding within the community of this conditional use process that's been used for townhomes. So I wanted to ask about that specific piece about public notification. if there are any changes in this updated version of the code.
Through the chair to the councilman. That's a really great question, and it's a question we get a lot. So in zoning and in the legal legality of it, you have things that are known as variances that run in perpetuity with the land, and then you have conditional uses. And those are both types of uses or terms as it relates to when you talk about a use variance, that's something that requires either a practical difficulty or some type of hardship. For instance, that you can provide that your lot is different than surrounding lots. Conditional uses are uses that are granted by generally city planning commissions across the board, no matter what jurisdiction you're in, that is a specific use that's not maybe typically allowed unless it meets certain conditions. The Ohio Revised Code gives the ability of city councils to work with city planning, to form a city planning commission, to create the building zone maps of the city, and then obviously zoning code. And then within that zoning code, conditional uses are things that are, again, are specific uses that certain conditions have to be met, and they have to get a special permit from Planning Commission. As it relates to public notice on conditional uses, we have 21 conditional uses in our zoning code that go to Planning Commission for a variety of things, whether that's wireless technology facilities, whether that's a institutional use in a pedestrian retail overlay district, whether that is a live-work unit in a semi-industry district, what have you. I could provide the entire list, but there is not a requirement around a public notice. In fact, for even zoning map changes, the City Planning Commission is not required by law, written on our codified ordinances, for public notice. It is a policy. We do send out public notices for zoning changes. As it relates to conditional uses across the board, we generally don't send out notices beyond the only one that we have within that we send out a notice is wireless technology facilities, and that's set out specifically in the wireless technology facilities chapter of how that must be set, how those notices must go out. I think as it relates to this process, we debated about whether sending out public notice in the form of a postcard, if you will, to so many units within a certain unit would make sense, and the cost of that would be substantial around opening that door and then having to send out public notice for every single conditional use within our code. And so the best way in an era of 2023 is through, obviously, we have the internet, but then also in a website, but then also requiring the signs to be put into the yard. And that's really, we have had tremendous feedback as it relates to the Board of Zoning Appeals, using this as a cost-effective and a cost-saving way to let people know that there is, some type of project coming before the commission.
Thank you. Okay, things are always more complicated than one thing. I think that was the best possible explanation given the circumstances. I had no idea about the 21 conditional uses in the zoning code. Now I do. So through the chair, there is a plan that signage cost, mailing cost would be prohibitive and also perhaps a burden on staff capacity. However, signs will go in front of properties that could be granted all conditional uses or the townhouse code specific conditional use. Through the chair.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, this will be specifically, and it's in the edits here on this page on section 3, that we will have the developer, owner of the property, place this sign 10 days in advance of the City Planning Commission meeting in their yard where that townhouse development is being proposed. I don't think there will be a Z in here. It'll actually look like the one that has the CU on it. And that's really to differentiate so the public isn't confused with what is BZA and what is a townhouse conditional use. So CU, conditional use. I can go to it.
Sure. So I don't know if I caught that exact language here on the slide, but I've certainly could dig through, and I can come back. Mr. Chair can put me back on if I can't find it. So it's in the language of the ordinance itself related to the
apologize.
notification?
Yeah, so it's on the last page of the submission of an application under H, procedures and approval appeals. It says in 3, referral to City Planning Commission, and then under 4 and 5, it goes into it. I don't have it on me, but it essentially says that that there is a public notice required. Do you have it? I don't have it right in front of me, I apologize.
Thanks. Mr. Chair, I have one other question, and then I may want to get put back on the list after I've had a chance to double check this. Okay, and then, so I'm going to thank you very much through the chair to Ms. Leonard.
Here it is.
I wanted to actually just briefly take a moment of privilege to reflect on some of the feedback Councilman McCormick shared, just because it's such an interesting thing as townhouse policy has evolved, planning aspirations and policy have evolved. I'm going to share this anecdotal feedback because I have these amazing leaders across the table from me right now, so just with you all present. What I have been learning in the 3 years that I have been in this role on council, getting anecdotal feedback from residents, some of the older generations of townhomes are highly sought after, and actually, ironically, they do have small yards in the back. People either have small children or pets. And I have been asked and begged, frankly, can you please get a developer to build a townhouse with a small private backyard? So maybe we don't unfortunately have a solid study on this. Councilman McCormick heard from someone who didn't want to have to deal with a blade of grass, whereas I'm getting people saying to me, do you hear that too? People, there's this sort of, I've heard developers come to meetings or come to community meetings and say, well, you'll all walk your dogs. And listen, I don't own a dog, but I can tell you that people really are looking for, right now we're moving in a direction with townhouses where there is zero private green space on any of these new projects coming forward. I do have a concern about the legacy housing stock of the city. These houses are very attractive when they're new and shiny and new and everything is working and it's fresh and they're tax abated, so it's a good deal. But I'm concerned that over time, some of the townhouse units having no private green space available to them whatsoever could become less attractive. So I would encourage, this opens back up a can of worms about, I know city planning has been trying to do away with front-loaded garages. I would be happy to take planning staff on a tour of Ward 15. I have within a quarter-mile or less radius every flavor of townhome you can possibly imagine, to look at the different generations that have gone in place, what's working and what's not. And I would argue that there still is a place for the older generation of townhome with some private yard available to it. And I'm going to shout out Adam Davenport. I don't know if he is listening in today, but he has been mentoring me on this for a long time. But I want to say that I know we're trying to build a legacy housing stock citywide. I am concerned that some of the policy has taken us away from any private green space completely, and that we're having more hard surface in these projects because we're trying to deal with motor courts as opposed to front-loaded garages. So I know it's a push and pull, but again, I would be happy to take staff on a tour or discuss, and really just have a dialogue about it, because it's something that certainly fascinates me. And then the last comment I'll make is that I do hear from residents about it quite a bit. So there is a community sentiment about it.
Through the chair to the councilman, I'm glad you asked. This does address open space and ground story open space. So a lot of the feedback we received, not only from the fire department, but also the community was, generally townhouses is lot line to lot line with the rooftop decks. And that serves a time and a place and on appropriate lots, but maybe not on every lot. We are requiring open space. We did re-implement that back into this regulations of requiring either 150 feet, 100 feet of ground story open space. And then that open space is defined as garden, deck, patio, balcony, solarium, or other open space adjacent to the residence for the private use of the residential household. So it is added in here because we did hear that very loudly and very clearly from a variety of stakeholders.
Through our chair to Ms. Leonard, could you show the slide that depicts what this might look like, how you would achieve that ground floor open space? I saw sort of a shared green space, almost like a little landscape bed. I'm not sure if I saw what you described.
Yeah, I think what you're describing is the landscaping in the auto court and not necessarily an open space requirement, but a ground story open space. I don't know if I have an example of it in
Okay.
here, but in this case, let me see. So on these units here, they have an interior frontage. This is on Lake Avenue. They have a significant square footage in the front of each unit before hitting the walkway that's shared by each lot. That is considered green space, that is ground story green space. That's probably not the best example I can give, but it's one that's here in this moment. This is also how you can add green space to your frontage feature. These have a large stoops. Some have gardens in the back. That would be considered ground story open space. I'm not sure. These also have yards to the rear of the lot line on the farthest on the left, or to the north or to the south. You can see some garden or open green space that can be used as amenity space for each of the residents. I hope that kind of gives you some clarity.
It does give some clarity. Can you go back to that slide? It looks like not every unit has it, but some do. How does that work within the code for some units to have access to it and others not?
Through the chair to the councilman, so we don't require, due to private property rights, which lot must have it, but we do require the square footage that was in the original townhouse code prior to 2018 that had been within the city for many years.
Great. I look forward to the further evolution of this work. Mr. Chair, I might want to take a minute to look back at the ordinance. I don't know if anyone else is on your list today. I still haven't found that public notification language.
Through the chair to the council, woman, it's in section E or H, under H5. It states, City Planning Commission, for townhouse projects located in the zoning district where townhouse use is not permitted by right, i.e. a one-family, two-family, the City Planning Commission shall review any application subject to conditional approval and shall determine whether the proposal meets the application standard established in Division E to ensure proper design and compatibility with surrounding uses. The City Planning Commission shall take action on the application at a public meeting subsequent to providing public notice. And so that's required, and there's the public notice. And the reason why it's not laid out as a sign is because as the times evolve, maybe there'll be a day when the budget allows for us to send out public notice, or that's something that wants to be allocated in terms of in the future, and it doesn't restrict what type of public notice to just simply maybe a sign. And so that'll allow for a variety of public notice ways, but what we're telling you here, and that the City Planning Commission approved, is to have a public notice via a sign in the yard, and that's on record.
Thank you, and thanks for pointing this out to me in the actual ordinance. And then through our chair, so the current practice of simply posting an agenda online does not constitute public notice, so we're saying this is a change from current practice. This ordinance actually or is, in other words, I'm a little concerned about how public notice could be interpreted if, we decide one day, oh, we don't have capacity to do signs, well, we're not going to do it. So I want to make sure I understand that piece.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, so the official public notice is through the agenda being posted online. The notices through signs was a pilot program that we tried with BZA and that we found that worked very well and are going to continue to do. And it is the one that we're going to use for the townhouse code as recommended and approved by City Planning Commission.
Thanks. So through the chair to Ms. Leonard, that specific form of notice will be discussed by commission members and
Through the chair to the councilwoman, that specific type of notice is what we will be using for public notice. There will be a posting online via our agenda through the original, the way that is required of city planning to post their agendas online or into the public notice. I don't think it's a codified requirement, it's a policy that we do. But in addition to that, the policy moving forward is that for any type of townhouses in a single-family or two-family district that require the conditional use permit from Planning Commission, we will give the developer or the property owner a sign to place in their yard.
thank you. So I will be letting my community know that they can expect to see conditional use signs in yards for any townhouse project in a one or two family district.
Through the chair to the councilman, that is correct.
Okay. And then sorry to bounce back, just one more comment on the green space requirement, on the ground level green space requirement. Councilman McCormick pulled up the Lake Avenue project that you had up on your slide. I think there's still a really interesting conversation about what constitutes a landscaping bed that someone has to pay someone to weed and maintain versus a usable, workable piece of green space that you could put a small child's sandbox in, or a place to let your dog out when it's 20 degrees and snowing, that kind of thing. It wasn't this slide, regardless. I think there is something to be said about, mandating green space as something that just is there to beautify and then it has to be maintained. There is some value in that. I was really referring to the lived experience of living within a property and being able to use the property to meet your family's needs. So I am referring more explicitly to a private yard, and I think we have some great townhouse examples in Ward 15 of that type of townhouse. But they're older generation. Thanks.
Mr. Chair to Ms. Leonard, this is one way to build townhouses in the code. I don't want everybody to think that this is the only way to achieve townhouse construction in the city. This is a conditional use under a certain circumstance. So I think there's other things available to us, like the form-based code, which we'll be talking about. And as you start layering those changes to this old antiquated code, I think we'll start getting to the desired effect that we're all talking about. It's going to take time, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Joe Jones. You'll round us out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that Jenny Spencer did a thorough job. And it was so good that it answered a lot of some of my questions, and then it also educated me on some other things that I wasn't aware of. My question would be, Mr. Chairman, when we look at the city as a whole, how many places are zoned for these townhouses in the city of Cleveland?
Through the chair to the councilman. So this ordinance allows townhouses to be built anywhere in the city. If they're within a single family or two family district, they require the conditional use that's laid out in this legislation.
So if I wanted, for an example, Mr. Chairman, to build townhouses on a school lot that is adjacent from single-family homes, this particular legislation we have before us, which is upgraded from when we initially passed it in 2018, this would allow that to happen.
Through the chair to the councilman, this legislation, as well as the previous legislation, would allow that, presuming it meets all of the regulations of this code and the codified ordinances.
I see. And how many townhouses do we have, districts do we have currently right now in the city of Cleveland?
Through the chair to the councilman, this does not create a townhouse district, if you will. This allows the creation of this typology throughout the city, and then within specific zones, the single-family and two-family just requires that specific use permit from the Planning Commission. We do have some legacy townhouse districts still on the building zone maps of the city. I can count maybe 5 that still exist, and some of them are on the far west side, there is one still in Councilwoman Spencer's ward on Herman Avenue. So they're in a variety of places, but the legacy actual districts mapped, there's very few of them left.
I see.
Mr.
And-
Chair to Councilman Jones, if I could address this. If I'm incorrect, Ms. Leonard, let me know. Where I live at Beacon Place near the clinic, that's a planned unit development. So we were able to take a tract of many parcels and create a larger redevelopment plan. And then in that PUD, you begin to write the rules. So that's another way to affect change and to help direct and guide green space, parking, common areas, setbacks, porches. There's other available tools at our disposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fluker, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Fluker, thank you. How many townhouses do we have, Mr. Chairman, to the chief in the city of Cleveland? Do we know?
Through the chair to the councilman, I don't have it in front of me. I can't give you the exact amount of townhouse projects that we have throughout the city of Cleveland, but they do span multiple neighborhoods from the east side to the west side.
I see. And Mr. Chairman, do we have more townhouses, would you say, on the west side than we would, say, the east side, Mr. Chairman, to the chief?
Through the councilman through the chair to the councilman, I would say in the last 5 years, about 80% of townhouse projects have been built in Councilman McCormick's and Councilwoman Spencer's ward, but developments that have been built downtown as well as in the Glenville neighborhood.
And Mr. Chairman, to whomever, right? How much is today's townhouses or cost if a citizen wanted to buy a townhouse today in Cleveland's market? How much would we be looking at if we wanted to do that?
Through the chair to the councilman, the range in townhouse projects as of the last 5 years range from $200,000 to $749,000.
$749,000?
That is correct.
And where are those, where's those 749 on the high end? Where are those located, Mr. Chairman, to Chief?
You're through to the chair to the councilman, they are actually across the city. So there were some in Ward 6 that are around the 600,000 mark. There's some in the Glenville neighborhood that are at that 749,000 mark. And then there's some downtown and then across Ward 15 as well as Ward 3.
And where would you say the most of them are, the bulk of them for the 749,000 are located?
Through the chair to the councilman, 80% of the newest homes built in Ward 3 and Ward 15 are over the 400,000 mark.
And so early in the testimony, Mr. Chairman, the chief talked about how this whole proposition, the changing of this and trying to make it more amenable so that we would not have, I would presume, I'm just adding some of the testimony from some of the other council members, from being a sterile kind of proposition to having a more homely community neighborhood feel to it, where you didn't want to have the sterile type of look to it, but more of a community look. Part of that, and this just goes back onto some of the questioning of how did it come about? Why did we want to bring about these particular changes? And in the testimony, you said that some of the developers was coming back because I would presume they had issues, but it was more than just that. It was, I would presume, it was community input as well, because you talked about in the presentation the community input. Can you just tell us a little bit about how we were able to get community input on this? Did we have like community meetings? Did we have an online process? How did that work?
Through the chair to the councilman, so the community outreach and process was a wide-ranging. There were several public meetings, but there was also, I met with block clubs of Ohio City. I met with residents specifically and business owners here at City Planning. And then we had outreach to the variety of departments throughout City Hall, namely the fire, with fire officials and chief building officials, and then staff across landmarks and the survey department, and then internally within City Planning. We also received quite a few letters from a variety of organizations throughout the city and the state, and really listened to folks, as well as several council members have shared some of their community's concerns with us as well.
Well, Mr. Chairman, wrapping it up, I think you guys have done a really thorough job on this particular piece from what I see. So I just want to thank all of those folks who were a part of this, because this really looks like it's well put together. When it comes to townhouses, how we're doing it now in the city of Cleveland, most of these townhouses, Mr. Chairman, are they all home ownership, or are they rented, or how are we looking at, and see, one of the things, Mr. Chairman, I just want to set the base foundation, is I'm not a fan for a whole lot of rental properties, right? Because if you have rental properties, you don't have the buy-in of the neighborhood. And it leaves our market unstable if we have more rental than ownership. So how does that work in the townhouses proposition of business?
Through the chair to the councilman, what we're seeing is that the majority of these are townhomes in and of themselves are fee simple, meaning home ownership. Otherwise, they would not be classified as a townhome. They would be classified as like a multifamily residential project. But beyond that, I think it's important to note that townhomes are becoming a popular housing typology from the southeast, southwest United States all the way through Cleveland, the northwest and the northeast. It is not obviously without statement that some of these here in the city of Cleveland, some may claim are not affordable in terms of the price points. And just realizing that this is really just another typology that's added to our zoning code to allow a variety of housing types for people of all walks of life, if this is. Now, we do have also townhouse-inspired apartments. And so there are multifamily apartments units that are for rent, but they're in the form of a townhouse unit. So maybe they're an up and down or side by side. But generally speaking, what we've seen is that they're built as they are sold. And so there's a lot of approved townhome projects sitting in building and housing that have not been sold entirely, and so they haven't been built yet.
I see. And so basically it's all home ownership. Is that 100%, 90%, maybe 95% home ownership for actual townhomes?
For townhomes that follow under this townhome ordinance, they would be 100% for sale. I can't speak to what project owners or property owners do if they decide to use them to rent them or have some type of rental structure. That's really not affected by zoning.
Mr. Chair to Councilman Jones, I can tell you in my work with CMHA, Cedar, across from Tri-C, that's mixed income, and that worked out really well because some Tri-C students actually rent there. So that was a collaboration that worked out really well. And it's not run by CMHA, it's run by a private developer. And that's also going on in Woodhill currently. A lot of townhouse construction, mixed income again, affordable to, so that we keep that pipeline open as well. So it's always good to look at where you are, the right time, right place, who your partners are, who's driving the market. But I believe soon here, if the market starts correcting itself, the interest rates, that's what's sort of stunning a lot of development now, because everything sort of dropped off a cliff when the interest rates rose. So hopefully real soon we'll be talking about more.
Well, Mr. Chairman, and I think that this is, and I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, to the chief, that what we're looking at is a 90% or 100% in this particular case, home ownership. And I appreciate you, Mr. Fluker, to bring up that particular project, because I saw that project and I thought that those what appears to look like townhomes, at least on the sign, was really beautiful. But will they be rental properties? Those townhouses over there would actually be rental property. Would they be considered, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Fluker, as a townhouse, or would that be something else totally different?
They're considered apartments. So to put it in perspective, you can actually build those to Pennsylvania if the property allowed you, because if you follow the Ohio Revised Code, you live in R3. I don't want to get too technical, but under the Ohio Revised Code, under the commercial code, it allows you to build that product as a rental option. There are no property lines between the units.
So are those units, so then this would be treated completely different from what we have in front of us right now, correct?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Through the chair to the councilman, that's correct. So we do have projects that come through, like Woodhill and other properties that are for rent, but they have shared utilities or some sort of building structure, and they're not considered townhomes specifically as defined here as a townhouse unit, as a one or two family dwelling unit on its own lot. When you take them and put them all on the same lot, they become a multifamily structure. But I think it's also important to note that for rent or for sale, townhouse units, even if they are technically under a rental structure apartment, can provide for a family that maybe does not have the ability to purchase a home, the ability to feel like it is their own home, and really take care and enjoy the space and provide a larger space for families with children.
And Mr. Chairman, and that's one of the and I appreciate Mr. Fluker bringing that out. And and I'm wrapping it, Mr. Chairman, on just a herb caution, that we have one product on one side of the town, and then we have another product on town that simulates, however, is. And I think that maybe we should look at. It simulates townhomes, but it is really rental. And one of my concerns, Mr. Chairman, is being very careful with allowing for our entire market spaces or one side to be a total rental neighborhood or turn into rental neighborhoods and being unstable versus trying to work with the financial institutions. And you've heard me sit here at the end of this table and talk about this, that we have enough financial liquidity in these banks where they could put special products and systems in place to allow for the citizens to have the same similar amenities under the same name of townhouses, and they actually own these. So I just think that maybe we should look at a deeper dive on how we can make available these same similar amenities, not to be rental simulations of townhomes, but to actually be townhomes where people can own them in their financial situations that they have right now currently. So, and I have some ideals. I don't know if this side of the table, kind of like, I don't know, just something to think about. How do we get there? How do we offer a piece of the American pie to all of the citizens of the city of Cleveland? And how do we get our financial institutions to make that investment? And so with that being said, Mr. Chairman, I just want to put a caution there. I would hate to see simulated townhouses and rental instability in our communities of the greater area.
And Mr. Chair, the Councilman
Very briefly,
Jones.
'cause we
I'm
gotta
just
move
going
on.
to wrap up. And this is a bigger conversation, but it needs to be heard here today. We need to create those markets in black and brown communities. And we need to challenge our institutions to do so. Because
right.
otherwise it won't happen. Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. Thank you. Great response. I appreciate that. You're spot on. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you to all the members of council. Ordinance number 800-2023 stands approved, all right?
Thank
This
you.
is the zoning portion of the meeting.
Thank
Madam
you.
Clerk, please call the roll for our general DPS meeting.
Hairston.
Here.
Santana. President.
Stay. Here. Quickly.
Jones.
Quickly.
Jones. Here. Spencer. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We have a lot of pieces here, a lot of detailed pieces, so make sure we're mindful about our staying in the line of questioning. Ordinance number 1200-2023 by Councilmembers Harrison and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of City Planning to employ one or more professional consultants to provide on-call planning services for a period of 1 year with 3 one-year options to renew it, exercisable by Director of City Planning. Director Fields.
Yes, to the chair. We are proposing to add on-call services as an option for our department, which will allow us to add capacity to our staff and to be able to quickly get technical assistance for different planning projects that we're doing throughout the city. And so it just really helps us to be a little bit more nimble in what we're doing and to be able to get the added capacity that we need. Matt Moss is going to go through a brief presentation that will explain exactly what it is that we are proposing.
Brief, right, Matt?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is it right after this? Is the presentation up for this next piece? On this, 1200? While we wait, ordinance number 1200-2023.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. I'll be very brief. Just throw this up here as our purpose and goals for this contract. As Assistant Director Field stated, we have a variety of projects that we work on or projects that are brought to us by the community or community partners. And sometimes taking the next step on those projects or fully realizing them requires some technical skills that we don't currently have on staff with the commission. That includes transportation planning, engineering, other design or technical skills related to graphic design. And so the goal of this contract is to basically enable us to then take the next step in either strategically implementing plans or during planning processes, bring those skills to bear that might not be currently present that come out during community engagement and initial scoping of those plans. And then also assisting the neighborhood planners that we have. We're fully staffed up with neighborhood planners and providing skills that they can then tap into too while they're doing planning in their neighborhoods. So to give you some examples of, and these are some slides from one of the consultants we ended up selecting for this contract. These slides just give you an example of the types of activities we plan on using and augmenting in our current work and also expanding our scope of work to include things we don't currently do. And so many of you are aware of small area plans that we do either as the commission or in partnership with CDCs or other organizations. This firm has skills in terms of doing those themselves, and so they would augment our ability to do these types of plans and participate in these types of plans. Graphic design and other things, these are skills that we need from a day-to-day basis to be able to express intent or feedback that we get from community members during, even if it's just specific development proposals that happen in neighborhoods. And moving on, we have multimodal and transportation examples here. Oftentimes we have plans where we conduct planning exercises or even just throughout development review of proposed projects. Oftentimes there are requests to make changes to the roadway in response to an anticipation of these projects. And Currently, we rely on partnering with other departments like Public Works or Capital Projects who have these services already available through legislation to tap into these types of professional skills. This would provide this service for us to implement directly because we're directly connected to these projects or planning processes. And then another tool would be allowing us to more effectively pursue and write grant opportunities to support projects that are identified through plans, but also write grants that would help us do more planning work in the city of Cleveland in its various neighborhoods. And so the consultant that we're interested in moving forward with, Stantec, has deep skills in terms of understanding and pursuing grant opportunities. As many of you are aware, through the Infrastructure Act and Inflation Reduction Act, there's a large amount of federal money available for us to implement projects, and we want to go after that. And then I have some slides up here that I can click through to show you the team members specifically, but I'm happy to take any questions, and that's the extent of my presentation.
Thank you, Councilwoman Santana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Matt. How are you? Curious to know, did you mention through the chair the consultant that's going to be doing the planning?
That's right. For this
Who is
contract, the firm is Stantec.
And where are they from?
So Stantec is an international planning firm. They have offices located here in Cleveland where they provide engineering services. The crux of their planning services is based in Minneapolis, and that serves the Midwest region. But they're pulling staff from across their entire network in order for
and
us to
through the
do
chair
work.
to Matt, the people that are going to do the staff that's going to do community engagement at a grassroots level in our neighborhood, are they from out of town or are they from the neighborhood?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, that's a great question. We specifically picked this team in part because of their strength with local representation. Seventh Hill is the subconsultant on the team. I'm sure you're familiar with them from the 25 Connects project. They provide, one reason why they were a strong candidate for this is Seventh Hill sources community members from across the city to participate and serve as ambassadors for planning projects. And that we consider that a very strong part of this team and partly why we selected them.
Got it.
And some of those members are up on the screen. You can see that.
So considering you already selected the consultant, why isn't that part of the legislation? I'm just curious.
Question, I'm sorry.
Just considering that they already have their consultant, I'm curious to know why that's not on the legislation.
The
Does it-
subrecipient?
Yes. Because it looks like here, like you're going to put an RFP out, but you already have the consultant
We did.
for this.
We did
Okay.
put out the RFP. We had about 14 responses total to that request for, it was actually a request for qualifications that we put out, Mr. Chair. And we went through an initial interview process and then a scoring process in order to select the firm that scored the highest in terms of delivering the skills and expertise and approach that we felt was most appropriate.
Got it. So through the chair to Matt, you could actually do that before we authorize the legislation for a consultant.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, to the councilwoman, the legislation in front of you authorizes the director to enter into a contract to then hire that consultant.
Got it. Do we have a cost of how much we're paying the consultant for the
So,
planning?
Mr. Chair, to the councilwoman, our estimated cost for this contract is around $200,000, and that
How much?
includes
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
200,000.
some additional funding from our Vision Zero initiative to perform some of the safety study work that we'd like to do through our Vision Zero plan.
Got it, okay. And the reason for my line of questions through the chair, Matt, and even my colleagues, I feel like we've been hiring a lot of outside consultants, and when I look at the number of surveys that they have collected, they're very minimal, right? And they can never meet their goals of numbers that they, their benchmark. And more often, at least for my ward, they speak Spanish. And so we're not hiring bilingual or residents that are reaching our residents to really get their input. So I'm always curious to know the input that you guys gather, if it really is diverse and you guys have, a substantial amount of surveys. So that's the reason I'm asking.
Sure.
You know how I feel about this. But I will tell you the consultants so far, and this may not be this consultant, but they're not doing a great job in reaching our residents. And I feel like when we meet with them, we're educating them about the landscape of our city, the demographics, and we're basically doing the consultant work as council members. So
Who's that group?
there's a few, around the lakefront, the riverfront, just tons of consultants that we have hired that I feel that we're educating or they're not reaching. In my neighborhood, there was a goal of 600, and we've only gathered 100 surveys.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I can respond to that briefly to the Councilwoman. I think that's a point very well taken, and partly why we wanted to take this approach with how we engage with consultants rather than doing it. Oftentimes we engage on a project-specific basis, a project that's originated by the city or in partnership with council, sometimes solely through the administration. Oftentimes we work on projects that outside organizations like CDCs or other nonprofits bring to us that they want to work on. And why we want to take this approach, this is an approach we've seen other cities take, is instead of being in a position where we're constantly responding to those requests to do planning work, to have a team that can support city staff to do that work directly. And again, that's partly why, specifically for engagement, we wanted to pick a consultant that would be able to facilitate us in engaging all the different parts of the city of Cleveland.
Got it.
And the various neighborhoods.
And I would just add, I just really think we need to empower our residents and train them to be leaderships within their community, that every time we want a plan or we want input, we're paying them so they could collect this input, rather always hiring someone from out of town. It's not working. I come from a community engagement background, and it takes time to build trust. It takes time, right, to know the players in our neighborhood. And so just for a year, a consultant to come out and get in front of our residents, which our residents are not going to give them information. They're going to be like, who are you, right?
That's right.
So that's my input. That's been my experience in the past year with the consultants that are trying to do plans in our city.
Yeah.
So I yield.
Thank you. Councilman Harsh, then Councilman McCormack, then Councilman Jones.
I don't understand what's going on with the microphone, but maybe if we could slide those down, then you won't have to share or something. But through the chair, I echo some of Councilwoman Santana's concerns. It seems like we keep outsourcing government and making it somebody else's job. So through the chair, to whoever wants to answer, is the Planning Commission fully staffed right now?
Yes, we are fully staffed at the moment. And in terms of us being able to reach out and do the engagement, as Councilwoman Santana has suggested, one of the consultants or one of the partners on here, Seventh Hill, has actually done exactly what you're saying, which is to pay residents to do the community engagement. I can tell you, we worked with them in Buckeye. It was very successful, even through the pandemic. One of the community members was paid to do the engagement and was very successful at reaching out, went into barbershops, beauty salons, talked to people, knew the residents, and they trusted him, and they came out. And so that was one of the things that we really appreciate about Seventh Hill, and one of the reasons why we selected them, because they will be a part of this team, and they will be reaching out, and they're familiar with the community, communities that they're going into.
Then through the chair, what is the relationship between Seventh Hill and Stantec?
They're sub-consultants.
I'm sorry?
Sub-consultant.
Seventh Hill is sub-consulting for Stantec.
For Stantec, yes.
So the proposal is to enter a contract with Stantec, but they need to enter a contract with Seventh Hill to get somebody out into the neighborhood to find out how people feel about development projects.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I can clarify that to the councilman's question. So we are contracting with the entire team. Stantec is the prime consultant, and as part of that, they will have contracts with their sub-consultants, including Regency Construction and Seventh Hill. And so by executing the contract, we have them as essentially members of our team in order, depending upon the type of project we might ask them to help out on or conduct. And so we are getting access to the whole team through this contract.
Okay. And through the chair, you did say that this is a $200,000 contract?
Yes, approximately.
And through the chair, you said that this is money coming from the Vision Zero funding that's already been allocated.
Well, Mr. Chair, to the councilman, part of that comes from that. So in our latest budget, we requested this amount back in early 2023 in order to conduct this and have this service provided to staff and to the city.
Under the Vision Zero
No.
line.
To clarify, we requested an amount in our budget in order to enter into this contract. And as a part of that process, the total amount includes that original request in our 2023 budget, plus we plan on adding an additional amount that was already allocated to implement Vision Zero work to then reach that total amount that will include both of those projects. I'm just clarifying the total amount.
Yeah, no, let's clarify money. So through the chair, so the it'll be $200,000 in a previously requested spending,
Yes.
and then that'll be supplemented by money that's been allocated for Vision Zero already.
That's the total, that's the approximate total amount.
So, Mr. Chair, I would ask if we want to put that in the legislation. Mr. Chair, I think normally we have a lot of not to exceed language. Oh, okay, because it's not in here. I think we should put that in there to make sure that this doesn't become a runaway. And through the chair, I would ask too, could we not hire in-house for less than $200,000 a person to do this work?
Can you, Mr. Chair, to the councilman, can you clarify what you mean by
Could we
that?
not hire somebody to work in the department full-time for less than $200,000 to provide these services to the city and to the department?
Through the chair to Councilman Harsh, there are several different things that we may need. And so to be able to hire enough people to be able to respond to the different requests would be kind of difficult. There's a number of different things that we may want, including design services. One of the other things that they help out with is RFPs and being able to help get funding for projects. And so those are things that if we are trying to hire, we would have to hire several people to do the different things that we need to do because it takes several different skill sets. So this is kind of a way for us to be able to get exactly what we need for different projects without having to have a much larger staff.
Through the chair, the reason I worry about contracting with consultants is that you don't get 100% of their effort, right? This firm has multiple clients, and they're answering to multiple clients, and they're working for whoever, like a half a dozen different people, and Cleveland's one of their clients. And at $200,000, we're probably not their top client. We're probably not the most important client that they keep happy. And so you never get 100% of anybody's effort when you outsource a project, but you get 100% of the people who are on your payroll, right? You're getting 40 hours a week out of them. And I wonder if maybe I understand there's a diversity of skill sets that a firm may offer, but we can also, with 40 hours of a full-time employee, we can also, I think to the councilman's point, train up some skills in people too. If we're missing a few skills, then I think we can train those people up. It just seems like for $200,000, you're looking at 2 full-time staffers, or at least one, and some money to wiggle with that could be used to maybe train people up on other skill sets as well.
Yeah,
and not have to go through this.
Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, I think that's accurate. I think to clarify again, this contract is what's typically known as an on-call services contract. And so we're not expecting 100% of their time through this contract.
Right.
And that's because we have a variety of projects in Old Brooklyn, for example. This is actually in Ward 12. We did a plan, for example, in partnership with the Metro Parks as part of the Brighton Park redevelopment with the Land Conservancy as well, to look at neighborhood greenway connections on that corridor. That plan,
Of which we found none.
That's not quite true. We have one that we want to implement, in fact, but the challenge is that there's an offset intersection in that network. And in order to provide a low-stress connection for pedestrians and bicyclists, we need an engineered design in terms of to get a cost estimate for how we can make changes to that intersection. Those are the types of projects that we have to right now ask for support from other departments. This resource would let us solve that problem and then move it forward to implementation on our own.
I suppose it's a philosophical conversation about how the city should function in general. I would think that we should be going to other departments then and working internally for the city of Cleveland. It just seems, it's neither here nor there for right now. I would encourage the chairman to put an amendment in here to not to exceed, but
Once we finish questions.
I would think for the long-term health of the city, we should be looking at ways to internally staff these positions. But that's all. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks, Councilman Kerry McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With your permission, may I please call Chief Abanama or Epstein to the table?
Yes.
See, this is what you get for sitting in the room. So, Mr. Chairman, I support this ordinance. I have one question that I have asked the chiefs and the mayor before. Our planning department does great work, all good things, but sometimes when those plans hit the fire department or traffic engineering, they get erased. And our residents are discouraged because all these folks do all this good work on this walkable, bikeable, equitable city, and then it gets squashed. So my question to either of the chiefs is, through the chairman, how do we ensure that the will of the people and the great work that our planning department does holds authority within the city and doesn't just get poo-pooed by one or two people in the fire department or in traffic engineering? Because if we go through this contract and we come with great work and the residents are like, yes, this is awesome, this is what the neighborhood wants, and the planners are energized, and then the fire department says, just kidding, you can't have any of this. So how do we ensure that there's balance within the final decision-making at the top level of the administration?
Through the chair to the councilman, it's a somewhat difficult and loaded question. I would say in some part, having this kind of contract where we're hiring a firm who has a national profile of working on projects across different cities may be able to help identify creative ways in which those fire problems have been solved. So I think having this outside expertise is a plus to us. I think that the department, in the context of the work we're doing with Baker Tilly on planning and permitting, is really looking at overall process for how to better integrate reviews earlier and across all systems so that we don't run into these issues. But I think it's a combination of kind of like that better internal process and better external advice. I also just, since you called me up and we're on topic here, I will say that while the department is fully staffed, one of the things I know the department has wrestled with is having the budget in terms of the cost of bringing on architects and competing with the private sector for architects. And so even for the $200,000 cost of this, we could probably barely afford to bring on a full-time architect onto the team. So I think that's another reason why it's critical that we have this kind of on-call services. And it's on-call. We don't need it all the time. So it's there kind of when we need it. I think this is also a best practice that we've seen other cities and other planning departments use to augment, when needed, their staff capacity.
I appreciate that, Chief. And through the chair, I would hate to see this contract go through, the planning department do a bunch of work with the community think they're getting X, and then one person at City Hall says, you can't do that because I have this broad draconian book that from 1970 that says you can't do it. So I mean, I guess, how do we ensure that those individuals are not, it's okay to push back sometimes, even with people that have a badge. So how the fire marshal or a traffic engineer don't have blanket authority to overrule this great work? I mean, to me, yeah.
Through the chair to the councilman, I think some of it is having leaders and the chiefs and directors who are trying to get to yes and pushing everyone to get to yes and to not accepting that we're doing this because it's the way we've always done it. And I think certainly we've seen that time and time again with Chief Tewin,
Yep.
And with myself and with my team of really trying to push to make sure that we can deliver the type of plans that we're
No, and I appreciate that, Chair, and I'll finish by just saying, and I do agree with you, the chief level's been very helpful in that regard. I just would hope that we operationalize that from the chief to a new hire, because I will say it's been a struggle in my 8 years on council, working with the planning department, who's been great, and then our plans to get squashed, down the road, and it's discouraging, I think, to staff and to the community as well. So I hope that we're looking at it institutionally. Listen, I know the mayor is on board with ensuring that we have multimodal, equitable, walkable amenities that the community wants. So just how do we institutionalize that, I guess, is more of what I'm getting at, so.
Can I get a point on that?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Councilman McCormick. It is my understanding through the chair, Matt, when we did the Clark Fulton master plan, wasn't that adopted through city planning, meaning that if I leave, no matter what development has to abide by that master plan, correct?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, yes, that's correct. And that is partly one reason why we're here asking for this resource, because there are things in that plan that unless we through this process that is really, into the Councilman McCormick's earlier point, looking at how we operationalize this practice, we see this as part of doing that by equipping us with the ability to get the answers to questions and next steps that plans like that raised and communicate to the city what the goals broadly of the community are in terms of what they like to see implemented long term. And we want to be in a position where in a lot of ways, those plans get implemented when there's private development happening or some type of public-private development, whether it's affordable housing or market rate, for example. And we don't want to be in a position where that's the only way we can implement neighborhood plans going forward. And this resource will position us to do that more effectively and in fact, actually.
Got it. Okay, but once again, I want to reiterate. If I leave and the next council member here, is that plan legislated through the planning committee, or is just adopted and it's just there sitting there and the planning committee members just abide by that plan?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilwoman, it's part of the work we do in that neighborhood going forward insofar that it might be updated at some point in time. But that's not something that we necessarily intend or expect to happen anytime soon. That's the plan we have for that neighborhood.
Got it. But could someone come through the chair to Matt and say, this is not legislated, this is no longer in place because I am the new elected official? I guess that's what I'm...
Do you want to?
Yeah, just to the chair, or through the chair to Councilwoman Santana. So it is adopted by planning, and the thing that you have to understand is that plans are a guide, they're not the law. The law is the zoning. And so for it to really be, to have teeth, you have to look at the zoning and make sure that the zoning reflects what the plan says. And so we've done that in several wards throughout the city where once we've completed the plan, we've then started to change the zoning to make sure that what we are requesting in the plan is actually able to be seen. So that's the law.
Through the councilman to the chair, just a couple other points. One is I believe when Planning Commission is reviewing a project, one of the things they take into account is consistency with the neighborhood plan. I will also add, as we're working with our economic development and community development departments on the development scorecard with Baker Tilly, one of the kind of gating ideas is going to be, if the project wants incentives, is it consistent with the approved neighborhood plan?
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
No, Mr. Chair, that's all. I just want to ensure that this is institutionalized up and down the system so that, we don't do all this good work that everyone's excited about for just to be, and I'll just say that visiting other cities, and I say this openly, and I know that the administration's on board with this, but we're behind on some of this really key multimodal infrastructure and other things. So how do we ensure that the system at the city is built as such that we're producing these results for our neighborhoods? Thank you.
I would also add, maybe we look at going along where there's ordinance passed by council or some resolution adopting these neighborhood plans as well, right? That can strengthen, the outcomes, or ensuring the outcomes are what it is that the neighborhoods wants to see, right? I know Planning Commission adopts these plans, and that's what the Planning Department works with, but we really need to look at, because there's instances where this Planning Commission does not support or follow through on what a neighborhood has put together, right? But it's very much something that the council people want, the neighborhood wants, but, there's issues or other voices that creep in that gets in the way of some of the good work that, the neighborhood wants to see happen, right? So we need to find a way. Matter of fact, we are going to find a way. In addition to the Planning Commission adoption of neighborhood plans and other planning efforts that City Council has authority in there as well, outside of just our ability to overturn the decision that the Planning Commission makes with 2/3 of the vote. We're going to figure that out. And that's a very, 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 very high priority of mine because of an issue that, have happened, within the city. Okay? Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that, sitting here for a bit of time at the table and just the definition of the Planning Commission and what its initial real purpose is to be a department that plans all neighborhoods all communities. And our planning commission is assigned a person for each of our neighborhoods. And one of the things I've always found difficult is duplication of work, meaning that if we want something different or if we want to do something in our respective territories, as the distinguished gentlelady Jasmine Santanta brought up about her community plan, she had to go out and raise the funds, get the resources, and put together the proposition of putting someone together to create that plan. Our department is supposed to automatically do that. So functional-wise, it's not doing that in the way in which, as individual council members, we have to go out and establish and set up and find the resources to be able to put the proposition of what we would like to see our neighborhood look like. If our planning department functioned in a way in which it is supposed to function, the way it's written to function, then they would automatically, we would have soft spots in the city of Cleveland. So it's like they would be a dentist. They would come in and check those areas that are weak and needs cavities, needs fixing, and they would be working in the proposition of saying, hey, this is what we need to do in this neighborhood. Here's our input. We've had community meetings in the neighborhood. We say, for an example, we talked about townhomes. Here's the type of houses we would like to have in those respective territories. I'm not sure, and I guess this is a question I would ask next, is the proposition, do we have a grant writer in the department in this particular department, Mr. Chairman?
Assistant Director? Chief?
Through the chair to the councilman, we do not have anyone who's dedicated to grant writing. We have some people who have done grant writing before, but we don't have anyone that's dedicated that has that specific skill.
And I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, that we do. It would be a great investment for the city of Cleveland to create within the planning department the capacity to be able to go after all of these grants on the federal level that has been available to the city before this administration and well after this administration will not be here. Granted, you might be here, who God knows, maybe the next 20 years, but we should have a mechanism within our department to do grant writing, to go after these grants, and to develop our capacity, because communities and neighborhoods across the city of Cleveland that, and unfortunately over the space and time, have been left out. And the planning department hasn't been successful in hitting all the spots in the city for whatever reasons. Who knows? If it's just moving from one political subdivision administration to the next one, we have not been consistent in the city, and the city bears that out. When we look at the differences between one neighborhood versus the next neighborhood, and I didn't know if the administration wanted to respond to that piece, but it's there, and the good work that this administration is doing, the next administration may not do.
Through the chair to the councilman, I'll just briefly, on the topic of grants, this administration has brought in a substantial amount of state and federal money across the entirety of the city, and I think has worked fairly effectively without dedicated grant writers within departments, and in kind of working collaboratively across departments to consider and pursue funding. And I think that's something we will continue to do to try to bring in the maximum amount of external funding into the city.
And Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Epstein, thank you. This is just a humble suggestion that we should have a component in the department to be able to go after all this money. And really appreciate, Mr. Chairman, the administration as it relates to going after other funds and making sure that that's available for the neighborhoods. But just looking down the road, having a system in place that truly does what the commission says it wants to do, plan in every single neighborhood, and really have a great plan put in place. Like, for an example, we see a huge difference when I go into Ohio City compared to other communities. When I go into Little Italy, I see a huge difference. I see a lot of differences and nuances in University Circle that parts and pieces I would like to have in my neighborhood that I don't have, that we don't have those amenities. Those amenities haven't been planned for. We would hope that we could be able to ascertain something of value from our department, our planning department, and we haven't had that. What we have had, unfortunately, over the course of the last 20-some years, is nothingness as it relates to any kind of core planning. And even though there were some plans that were put in place when I got in council, Mr. Chairman, to the commissioner, I asked about some of those planning pieces, and I did not get a full briefing on what was talked about in the community. So as Mrs. Jasmine Santana talked about, the proposition of having something that is written in a place and in a way where whatever she's planned out, it will still move forward after she's gone out of public office. I just didn't see that in our area, in our community. And I wasn't made available to that other than my local development corporation.
Through the chair to the councilman, I'm happy to kind of talk offline about this broader planning commission when the director is here. I'll say a couple things. One, the planning department works incredibly hard, has an incredible workload on them in terms of design review, zoning, all of the major initiatives that they work on. It's a highly professionalized, highly thoughtful, talented workforce who I know works really hard. I want them all to know that. I'll also say, coming from a CDC myself, my experience in the times I've been working in Civic Cleveland is most neighborhood plans are initiated and led by the Community Development Corporation on the outside with the support of the planning staff and kind of helping out. So I don't know, and maybe others who've been working more directly with the city longer, whether it is even an official stated goal where the Planning Commission ought to be doing neighborhood plans for every corner of the city. I don't know if that is something that has ever been a part of the history of the city. Certainly, the planning team is here to support projects, is here to support neighborhoods, support planning efforts, but we can talk about that more offline, Council.
No, I don't have a problem, and I don't want you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Epstein, to take no offense here. I'm not saying that they're not doing their work. What I'm suggesting, Mr. Chairman, and don't get me wrong here, what I'm suggesting is that we put in place a system that long after we're gone has the capacity to go after money in that department, number one. And number two, long after we're no longer sitting here, we put in place a system that actually fundamentally goes to every single neighborhood on the annual basis and really works with those communities to upgrade existing concepts as relates to how those neighborhoods should look, how they should be shaped, all of them, not just a few or a handful that has happened in the past. And I'm not accusing the administration currently of doing any of that. I'm just looking at what has happened in the road in the last 20-some years. And then how do we prevent those things? Because again, is every administration that changes. But how do we put something that is in play that will be able to continue to reap the rewards of funding and resources coming in from the federal government, of having the staff capacity that has the ability and capacity to look at every single neighborhood? And then how do we link that? Because I know that this administration has talked about how do we break down the silos of the various different departments so they can work together. So as we're planning, we have community economic development engaged in the process of what it's going to take financially. We look at community development to see what could be put in there as parts and pieces to make a better plan for each neighborhood in the city of Cleveland. So just so that you can know, I'm not blaming the administration for anything. I'm just only making a suggestion that we put something in here, Mr. Chairman, that is kind of like solid and has some foundation. And I know that listening to the earlier testimony that this component here will give the Department of Planning the capacity to hopefully get grants from the federal government. Is that correct? there's a part of the slide that was here, that we would be able to get this organization to go after federal funding. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, this grant will allow us to be able to work with our consultants to go after grant funding, federal, local, what have you. The other thing, too, that I just wanted to mention is in terms of planning for the entire city, the one plan that actually does it is the citywide plan. That touches every neighborhood throughout the city. And we do extensive community engagement through that process to plan for pretty much every parcel throughout the city. So that is something that is done regularly. We don't update it, and we update it probably every 15 years because it's long range. And then we go in and do small area plans in different neighborhoods. And so that will get into a little bit more detail in your neighborhood. But there is something that does cover the entire city in terms of long-range planning. And we've used that, even the citywide plan, to update zoning to get what we want in certain areas.
And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, and I know this is across other departments too as well, you talk about right now currently. So do we know what projects that the consultant will be working on right now? Do we have an idea of what that would be immediately?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, to the councilman, we have generally a list of projects that meet the different types that were represented on the slides I shared in terms of neighborhood plans or gaps in our transportation network, specifically our multimodal bike and pedestrian network. We haven't finalized that list yet, and we want to get an understanding, and we've done this through the interview and selection process to gauge cost and try to understand how much certain task orders might cost. But once we're under contract, we, generally every firm that we interviewed, and especially the one that we selected, would go through a process in terms of understanding what our priorities and top goals are, at least in the first year of contract, and then help us break down in terms of what's feasible and attainable within time and budget.
Can I just jump on that quickly through the chair to the councilman? One example I want to call out in terms of how we might use this, let's say Councilman Hairston had a particular project that was really critical to him in his ward, wanted to do some planning to put an RFP out. We might not have the internal capacity to do kind of that pre-planning work. I think this has happened, Councilman, with JFK. It took us a number of months to get to get a contract. We ended up working through the CDC. I think it was like a 4-month delay to be able to get that planning work done. This is going to enable us, when we have a priority, to kind of go to somebody, the contract's already there, and say, scope this out, let's go quickly. That's really the point of this.
Mr. Chairman, thank you to Mr. Epstein, to Mrs. Marker Fields. I'm sorry, distinguished gentleman, I didn't catch your name.
I'm Matthew Moss with the Planning Commission.
Matthew Moss. Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Councilman Jones. Councilman Harsh.
Mr. Chair, I just want to propose 2 amendments. And I believe those would be in sections 2 and 3. The easier of them is probably section 3, just to amend that final line to say not to exceed $200,000.
Okay.
That is to put so this is not an open-ended authority. The other one is related to the renewal process for this, so that it's not a never-ending authority. I believe that would be in section 2 in line 4. May enter into one or more contracts. I believe the insertion would be upon approval of council with the consultant selected. Not entirely sure if that would be the most efficient way to
Got it. So you want to, one, we got it to not exceed $200,000, which is not uncommon. And also, you want to, the subsequent 1-year renewals to come back to council for approval.
so that it does not become never-ending authority for the contract, correct?
Got it. Law Director, you have that?
I have the, thank you, I have the proposed amendment. I would direct the chair's attention to section 1 that talks about for a period of 1 year with 3 1-year options to renew.
Oh, It is,
exercisable by the Director of City Planning.
are you in the first paragraph?
Yes,
Section 1, so it'll go there.
first paragraph, Section 1, last sentence, or last clause.
Okay, then through the chair, then scrap the proposal for section 2 and move it to section 1, first paragraph, line 9, exercisable by the Director of City Planning upon council approval.
On council approval. Thank you.
Correct language? Is that
Yep.
right?
Do I have a second? You have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, ayes have it. Thank you. Seeing no further questions, ordinance number
Was that
1200.
for both amendments?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, on Section 3, that was not to exceed $200,000?
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, ordinance number 1200-2023 as amended stands approved. Thank you all. All right, just as a reminder, we have a lot more work to do, so please be precise on your questions and save the, well, just be precise as possible in your questions, all right? Ordinance number 1299-2023 by Councilmembers Harrison and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to amend various ordinances authorizing 5 tax increment financing projects to extend the exemption from taxation from certain parcels in the city for additional 30 years and to supplement the development and the public improvements, don't fall, to be made to benefit those and other parcels and declaring an emergency. Chief Epstein, Director McNair.
Good afternoon, good morning, still morning. Apologize, Chief Abenama had to leave for another meeting, so you get just me. I've got a quick slide deck I'll walk through here, and joined by our esteemed Economic Development Director, Tom McNair. We have a limited, time-limited opportunity here by the state legislature to extend eligible TIFs. The state has created this window through the end of the year to create extensions for TIFs that have hit a certain threshold. That threshold is 1.5 million. Previously, we could extend a TIF if it hit that 1.5 million annual threshold in the year after it hit that threshold, but not later. And so the state has opened up, and we have a number of TIFs that had previously hit that threshold that, but for this change in state law, would not be eligible to be extended right now. We'll talk about what that will do and what the context of it is. And so the goals of this legislation are threefold. One is to capitalize on that one-time window to extend. The second is also to enable remote TIF authority, which I'll talk about in a moment as well, but that will allow for the money that is captured by that project TIF to be spent outside of the area. And the third is to take the first step towards creating the shore to core to shore TIF district. We talked about this when we were here for the Bedrock Development Agreement. We were anticipating legislation early next year on that broad district, but this is a component of it. So just a quick refresher on TIF. What is a tax increment financing? We put a TIF in place, property value increases for that particular parcel, and the taxes on the increase are diverted from where they typically would go. The distribution of taxes can be used for other types of improvements in the area. So here's a graphic of what that looks like. The baseline taxes, if a project is worth $100 when we TIF it, the taxes on the $100 continue to go everywhere they go. If it goes up to $200, that increment of the extra $100 gets distributed. Historically, the city's policy has been not to tap into the school portion of that, so 59 cents of every dollar goes to the schools. It's the other 41 that could get used. That's how a TIF generally works. There are 5 TIF districts that are eligible for extension. There are 3 in the downtown core. The Lower Euclid TIF, which is just hit its 20th year. The Hilton and Weston, which were more recent TIFs. And then outside downtown Steelyard and the VA. You can see on the slide here the origination year and then the 30-year expiration. So if we were to let these TIFs expire, these are the years in which they would expire. And we added on here for last year, the non-school revenue those TIFs generated, which when you add it up totals about $6 million a year of non-school revenue. You'll see that some of those are below that $1.5 million threshold that I mentioned. That's because school revenue is counted when we calculate the 1.5. What we are proposing to do is to extend these and noting that the city, until those expire, the TIF revenue that is generated for those that was to go to the project will continue to go to the project. So the city will not receive any revenue from the action that we hope council will take from these until 2033. So this is a ways out, but again, we have the window to open right now. Geographically, here's where these sit. We've got the 3 again in the core of downtown, the 2 outside downtown. It is the administration's intent when we come back to talk about the TIF district and we come back to talk about where these proceeds will be utilized, that the VA and Steelyard Commons do not become part of that shore to core TIF fund, that we think about using those funds elsewhere in the city or geographically around that. That's a conversation for another day. You know, Councilman Hairston and I have talked about the idea of potentially creating an east side TIF district or northeast side TIF district. Potentially that VA piece could go in to help move that forward. So just to clarify what these TIFs do, three pieces. One, these were created to support specific projects. You know, Lower Euclid supported the East Fourth development and surrounding development, the hotels, the Steelyard Commons. This legislation will just extend them from 30 years to 60 years, and for the second 30 years, the funds will go to the city instead of to the project. We are not here today to allocate any of those funds. Sorry, we'll go to, instead of the project, we'll now go to the city. We're not here to spend any of that money today, just to extend. The future spending and allocating these funds will take further council action. It will also not impact the property owners. They will continue to pay their taxes. For those that have TIFs, they'll continue to get the benefit of the TIF for the first 30 years. And for the second 30 years, they'll just continue to pay their property taxes like they are today. The second thing this will do is enable us to use, when we get into the extension windows, funding that comes in through these TIFs anywhere in the city. Right now, funding is restricted. You know, the dollars that come in on Lower Euclid can only be used in Lower Euclid. One of the ways in which we're actually using this now is we created the Steelyard TIF as a remote TIF. So some of the revenue comes back in and goes to projects in the neighborhoods around Steelyards, and this will enable us to do this citywide with the proceeds when these proceeds start coming in. And the third thing this does is lay the groundwork for the TIF district that will be, again, coming in January to talk about. These are kind of a critical piece of that. When the extensions kick in, it's a substantial amount of money that goes in and will enable us to do more with that TIF district. And again, the idea there is for us to be able to fund public infrastructure improvements without touching the general fund. These will also keep the school district whole. By state law, extending any TIF, you cannot touch the school piece, so the schools will continue to get their whole piece. The last piece I'll note, I know the last time that a TIF extension was before this body, I know was a very difficult vote for many council members around the Flats, East Bank. This is a very different situation, a number of reasons. One, that extension went all to the developer. The extensions here are dollars that are going to go to the city to spend on infrastructure as we all see fit. The second was that was a kind of back against the wall, necessary to rescue and bail out that project. This is not a bailout at all. The 5 projects will continue going. This is intended as a proactive move to give the city the resources it needs over the long term to address key infrastructure needs throughout the city. Tom, anything you want to add before we kick it back? So, that, happy to take questions.
Thank you, Chief. It's simple, what it is, that we're not authorizing any spending or any funding today. This is just allow us to take advantage of what the state has created, these extensions, 31 through 60, and the subsequent determination of how and where the money is going to be spent from 31 to 60. We'll come back to this body for approval. So we have time to work out how and where this money will be spent. I will direct your attention to Exhibit A in the piece that outlines the public infrastructure pieces that these dollars can go towards. And to the chief, the state set that requirement, right? That that has to go to these certain elements. Is that correct?
To the chair, yes, the state sets the requirements on public infrastructure. Correct.
No, I'm asked. Well, I get that, but the state says you can only use these TIF extension dollars for these different categories.
To the chair, I'd have to go back and check on that. I know for TIF district, it is only public infrastructure.
Right.
I don't know for sure whether extensions, because these were initially 41 TIFs, in which case the proceeds were eligible to be used for private improvements. And I'll have to go back to, I'm pretty sure that the extension dollars then are flexible to be used for private or public improvements.
Okay. So I would suggest that between now and next week, if there's anything that we think fit that we want to add to the exhibit, that we consider those. If there's some private uses, in whatever way that we believe that we add those to that. But this does not detail how and where the money is going to be spent right now. It just allow us to continue moving through the process and signal to the state that we're moving forward with this, so that way we can capture these revenues down the line. Because if we do nothing, we capture anything, right? So, any questions from the committee? Yes, Councilman.
Thank you, Chair. No, I support this legislation. I'm just curious, and I asked Chief for this on the phone, but for the public too, through the chair, will these extended funds also qualify for expenditures outside of the district? As we're talking about the shorter core, a percentage of those funds could be used
anywhere
in Glenville, Cadell, Lee Harvard, wherever. Is that the same circumstance for these extensions?
Through the chair of the councilman, yes. That's the remote TIF authority gives us the opportunity to use
So this will
anywhere
include
in the city.
the remote TIF authority?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great question, too, because I'm sure that just as we were talking about the bedrock TIF and all of that, a percent will be going to the area there, and then a percent should go into other parts of to fund other things we want to do across the city. I would suspect that, we'll probably end up in the same place, even with these, where a small portion will go to support, because folks who go to the Hilton or the Westin or the Steelyard is not just folks who are there around these projects, but could be in Glenville and Brooklyn and West Park and so forth, and Lee Harvard. Councilman Harsh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to take a quick moment to rewind and make a few things clear, because I think, Mr. Chair, when people accuse us of giving money to millionaires, they're talking about this moment right here, right now, this table, and this decision. And I just want to be clear on a few things. So through the chair to the chiefs, for the record, how much does a TIF cost the city of Cleveland in terms of money we have to spend on that project?
Through the chair to the councilman, out of pocket, zero.
Thank you. So through the chair, we spend $0 when we authorize a TIF, and it costs no money from the city coffers. There is no exchange of money from the city of Cleveland to any developer, period. Through the chair, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think that this comes up a lot because people think that when we do this, we are somehow giving money to developers for them, and that money comes from the city of Cleveland. And I just want to be super clear for everyone documenting it at home. This costs $0 for the city of Cleveland. That's the first thing. The second is, through the chair, to whoever wants to do this. In the past, many TIFs have been used by developers to pay down their development costs. That is a form of TIF that has been used a lot in the past, where the developer, instead of paying after they pay their school taxes, they take their remaining tax, and instead of paying the municipal body that tax, they instead pay oftentimes their investors or their lenders, and they pay down the cost of the development faster, which, having had that up front, made it easier for them to get the development cost to begin with. And the TIF was originally, I don't know if originally, but 20, 30 years ago, was conceived as a way to help developers build in areas where they had a hard time raising capital for projects when there was huge construction gaps, and the TIF was used to pay back the investors. Through the chair, was that a correct assessment of some TIFs?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, and in many cases it's used to offset infrastructure costs associated with the development. But to your prior point, I think the important thing to note is that if there's no development, there's no incremental tax to anyone. And so to a certain extent, what the city is saying is we'll forego a piece of that new tax that would come in to make sure the development happens and we get all the other ancillary benefits that come with that development project.
Right, so through the chair, it's like saying we'll take a smaller percent of something rather than the 100% of nothing that we're currently getting.
100% of zero is zero.
Correct. And so through the chair, if I understand this correctly too, what we're doing now is we're transferring these 5 TIFs, I believe some of them might have been financing TIFs that might have been used to pay down the cost of finance. What we're proposing here today is to transfer all 5 into development TIFs so that the money that's paid, instead of going to the financer or to the financing, the lender, will instead be paid to the city for development costs on other projects later, like the Bedrock TIF.
Through the councilman, through the chair to the councilman, either for development costs or infrastructure, public infrastructure costs in the future, or for debt issuance. But again, that will come back. But that, yes, that is the intent. And it's not today. It's at the end of the 30 years.
Right. So, but I think the point the distinction I'm trying to make through the chair, or to the chair maybe, Mr. Chair, is that whereas TIFs are criticized because it's tax dollars being diverted to investors, to financiers, to banks oftentimes, this TIF will actually take those same tax dollars and keep them in the city's coffers to be used by the city for later to be determined needs, but for public use.
Through the chair to the councilman, correct.
And so through the chair, or to the chair, I think one thing I like about this is that we're converting TIFs that primarily benefited developers and investors, and we're turning those TIFs into something that benefits the people of Cleveland by raising revenues that we can then use for investment into infrastructure or to further continue work on building our city, because Cleveland needs to be rebuilt. And so I just want to be clear that this doesn't cost us anything. No money is spent on this project. We don't give anybody even a dime. This is converting old TIFs into new TIFs that will be used by the city to help pay for infrastructure, and it essentially becomes a new revenue stream in so many ways for the city to use down the line for the next 30 years on projects that are already established and successful. I go to Steelyard at least once a week, and that place is bumping. It's not going to go anywhere. It's there. It's doing well, and I think the VA is also thriving. So. I wanted to be clear about that. My last question through the chair, the state is, could you explain a little bit more about the state authority to do this? The concern is that the state, this authority sunsets at the end of the year, or is the state proposing legislation that would end our authority to do this?
Through the chair to the councilman, normally for any other TIF, absent this particular legislation, we have a short window to extend it once it hits a $1.5 million threshold, and then the window closes.
I'm sorry, could you clarify the $1.5 million threshold?
So, yes, once it generates $1.5 million in payments in any calendar year. school payments and non-school payments, all the tax bill, the incremental tax bill.
That's what turns a TIF off, essentially?
No, that's what gives the city, the municipality, the right to extend it. These 5 TIFs all hit that some number of years ago. So absent this new piece of state legislation, we could not extend them. We missed our window to extend them.
I see.
So the state, in their budget bill this year, included a provision that allowed cities to go back and extend TIFs that they previously missed the window on extending.
Okay. And the concern through the chair is that the state only gave us a window of opportunity to do that, to go back in time?
Through the chair to the councilman, that's correct.
I see.
We have to do it by the end of the year.
December 31st.
Okay, so the authority from the state sunsets?
That's correct.
As it is? Okay. Okay. Okay, that's all. Thank you. I apologize for dragging that out, but I think that some people watch this, and I think if anybody can understand TIFs a little bit better, it benefits all of us.
It's a complicated topic.
Spencer, then Jones.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think Councilman Harsh did a great job highlighting some key points about this, that it's important for all of us and the public to understand, so thanks so much. I really wanted to make sure I understood slide 6, which is just so none of these existing TIFs are anywhere near, we're not nearing their end. This is just ensuring that 30 years after the final date, we will be in this extension period. So, and the reason we're doing this now is because we don't know if the state will allow this authority in the future. So this, again, these are nowhere near expiring. We have 10 years left at least on most of them, but it's just adding that additional 30-year period on top.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, that's correct.
Okay. And then it sounds like, relatively speaking, to be modest in terms of what our expectations would be, probably not to exceed $6 million in any given year. If this is what it's generating now, we would expect that over the lifetime of this TIF, it probably wouldn't exceed that. I think it's just interesting to ballpark what these are generating.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, we'll get into this when we come back in with the TIF district. That there is natural appreciation of real estate value that I think is safe to assume. Historically, in our downtown over the last 10 or 12 years, it's been about 3% annually. Where there have been large investments in public infrastructure, it's been substantially higher than that.
Yep.
So I think it's safe to assume that $6 million will increase at a reasonable annual rate over time.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I'm supportive of this piece. This is certainly a creative tool, and that is time sensitive. And I also really appreciate the remote TIF authority component, which would allow really rich discussion of future use of the dollar. So thank you.
Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly, I want to just take the time to thank the distinguished gentleman, Chris Harsh, for his presentation, hitting it right on the nail to my same understanding of these TIFs. What I like most about them is the fact that it keeps our schools whole in the city of Cleveland. So on that, the question I would have, Mr. Chairman, to the director would be, do we have a chart of what the schools are actually, how much money are being, are moving towards the schools with these existing TIFs? Do we have that breakdown? Through
the chair to the councilman, I don't, but it's a basic math equation. If 6 million is 40% of then what is 60%? We could run that math.
Could we get that? Could we map that out?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that. And then, Mr. Chairman, looking here at this piece here. One of the things that, and I know that this was talked about before, in the areas where investments will be made, when we're talking about the extension here, then we as a city can utilize this on variable projects, not just the projects that's located in the 5 location areas. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Through the chair to the councilman, that's correct.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I think that this is a great deal. I think, I applaud the administration for their wisdom and insight of being able to utilize this to better improve and to provide opportunities and services for the city of Cleveland. I have no unreadiness, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And I would just suggest folks look at the current expiration year. I won't be here, but it'll be a whole new council, as Councilman Hart said. New members, new administration going to come in, and they're going to have some
Be an interesting parlay.
interesting for sure. The chief gave me that look like he may still be here. Well, you have at it, Chief. You have at it. Sir.
Not I.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Jones. All right. Seeing no further questions, ordinance number 1299-2023 stands approved. Here you go. All right, ordinance number 1184-2023 by Councilmembers Jones, Bishop, Gray, Harrison, and Griffin. My department will request an emergency ordinance to amend the title and sections 1, 2, 4, and 7 of ordinance number 490-2023 passed May 31st, 2023, relating to professional services to establish, implement, and manage a revolving loan fund for a home repair and rehabilitation program for Cleveland Southeast Side neighborhoods, and to supplement the ordinance by adding a new whereas clause and section 1A, 1B, and 1C. 1184. We finally get to see the man again. All right. Our former commissioner and new assistant director, Tony Scott, in the Department of Community Development. I see you have a guest with you today.
To the chair, to the council members, pleasure to see you all again.
Always.
A considerably different capacity. So with me, I have our ARPA project manager, Ms. Gina Ventura.
Oh, here.
You can probably take that one.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll get this mic stuff together one day.
And if I may, I read better from my computer. I've had to embrace that even with contact lenses and readers.
Oh, no presentation?
There are
Okay.
still some limits. We do not. We do. I just want to make sure I can
Got it.
effectively read the language.
Okay, thank you.
And to the chair. Subsequent ordinance.
Okay.
Because of limited battery, to the chair, because of limited battery life, I didn't have this pre-queued, so I apologize for my delay. I didn't want it to run out while we were here.
No problem.
To the chair, I believe you said ordinance number 1184-2023.
Yes.
Is that one we're looking at today?
Mm-hmm.
All right. This one actually was a technical rewrite. Nothing actually substantively to discuss here about this particular one, so I yield to any questions about it.
Mm-hmm.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, can you put me on the list, please?
Yeah. All right. You said this one is just some rewrites of the piece. I know in section 1, we're striking, and we're adding Director of Aging to the piece. And what's the reason to add Director of Aging? Excuse me.
Yield to you.
To the chair, if that's the Southeast Side
Yes.
funding resolution, we're expanding the ability to use the funds and programs that will directly benefit the Southeast Side. Aging has a program up and running, helping seniors do home repair. We're trying to make sure that we can use the funds to help seniors within the target area.
When you say,
I couldn't hear that, Mr. Chairman.
can you repeat that?
So the Southeast Side strategist wants to be able to have the flexibility to use programs, those that are existing and those with new contractors and new subrecipients. One of the new programs they're interested in deploying more extensively is Aging's senior initiative, the home repair program that Department of Aging does. So this is authorizing the ability to use ARPA funds within that program.
So you're going to add money that we passed under the previous ordinance into that AFib program that we already run. That's the $125,000 per award.
Correct.
Okay, for the three Southeast Side wards.
That's adding that functionality. It's not solely directed to that program, but allowing ARPA money to also be used to leverage that program.
Okay, for those 3 wards. And so what's the need to do that, to piggyback off of that particular program?
So the need is that it's an existing program that's up and running, already serving seniors, rather than going out and hiring a whole separate contractor, which, hiring contractors is if you already have contractors working with the city, why not use an existing program and just deploy those contractors?
Got it.
as a
Okay,
result?
so you want to leverage the contractors and the person who's administering that program for aging to do this, to help do this work.
Correct.
Okay, got it. And remind me, who's doing that work for aging right now?
And in terms of contractors?
Yes, well, not contractors, but they, I think, was it Roger Carney, his group.
Right.
I believe Roger Carney's group was
Correct.
the administrator for that program, the external administrator for the program, who handled the repairs of the homes, correct?
That is correct.
And is Roger Carney still in that group, still working in that program? Because I understand that there was some issues in the past with the department trying to bring on others because of whatever was going on.
So if it's questions about Department of Aging, bringing on other organizations, I'm not aware of those particulars, but I do know that CHS is continuing to serve Aging's program.
Okay, so CHS will be still a part of this process in delivering repair services to seniors as they are currently.
Correct. We're not looking to change anything about Aging's program.
Okay.
Clarification.
Councilman?
Is that Roger Carney's program, CHS?
Through the chair to the councilman, that is correct. Roger Carney is an employee of CHS, and he manages the contractors running that program.
Got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay,
Thank you.
And the rest seems to be, as you said, technical changes, fund to funds. And I see in also Section 1 that you're adding a piece to authorize home repair loans and grants to homeowners. Was that not a part of the initial piece?
So, yeah, to the chair, so I'm not sure if AD Scott had clarified. So we submitted the attorney assignments to law with the proposals for the actual programs that were going to be run. And these were the recommendations that the law department requested be submitted to council so that they can draft contracts based on the proposals that were presented to council. So this is not changing any of the programs that were presented to you. This is only enabling the law department to draft the contracts to fulfill the council's wishes.
Okay. Okay. All right. And I'm looking down at Section 2, same thing. You're adding in Department of Aging now because you're going to utilize Department of Aging, act as a city agent, blah, 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 professional service necessary established, maintaining. Okay. I don't see any real issues here. Section 1, you're taking out the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sentences and just condensing that to the contracts authorized shall be prepared by Director of Law, approved by Director of Development, and adding in Department of Aging to that. You could have just made that simple like that in the beginning, but who am I? agreements with agents authorized by ordinance, obtain procedures of institutions. Okay. All right, I don't see any other wishes. And then you're adding a new clause, correct? Adding section 1A, 1B, and 1C. Would you like to go through those 3 new sections that you're adding, and what's the need to add those?
Yeah, through the chair. So again, based on the proposals that were presented to council, they included a mix of home repair loans and grants. The original ordinance, I think, had only one, not the other. Again, looking to allow for promissory notes, mortgages, naming the city as a mortgagee on those notes. And then finally, on the forbearance agreements, this is more of a law department question, but I don't know the ins and outs of what that is per se, but it is in the whole framework of securing the city's interests if we are issuing loans. Those 3 items don't really pertain to any grants that are given, but in the case that a loan is given on behalf of the city or in the interest of the city to a homeowner, these are the items that need to be authorized so that the Department of Law can ensure that we contract appropriately.
Got it. Thank you. And before I go to the committee, I know there was previously, and I can't think off the top of my head, maybe Joe Titron remembers, the issue around the forbearance and just allowing the forbearance and who's eligible for that and how that's going to be used. Would you like to elaborate any more on that forbearance process and how and who will be allowed? Is that the person or persons or who you're working through to implement this program? Would they be allowed to just arbitrarily on their own allow that forbearance, or was it a function of the city requirement, or what's that process? How's that going to go?
So through the chair, these are largely drafted in response to the proposal. So, and I could be mistaken, but my understanding is that the forbearance really allows for the forgivable loans. We are not looking to do anything different than what was proposed to council. We're not looking to have loans that would be arbitrarily at the discretion of the director forgiven. But we want to make sure that we have the flexibility to structure forgivable loans, grants, loans in the more traditional sense. And this is what the law department is advocating needs to be passed in order to fulfill council's wishes.
So this will just allow you all to draft the documents in order to make the loan forgivable after a certain period.
That is correct.
That they have stayed in the house, or once the work has been completed.
To the chair, that's correct.
Because as was presented before in the committee, if you recall, I believe there was discussion around why loans versus the grants. And the answer was the department intends, yes, it's a loan, but it's not a loan that needs to be repaid if you stay in the house for a period of time, and then this clause will allow you to then forgive the second position or third position, whatever position that's placed on the property after that period is up, right?
To the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Committee for questions? Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your line of questioning. I want to continue on at that area that you started. And this is one that is important to me, and it was important to the previous council, one of my colleagues. What is, or do we have baked in this any kind of guidelines on who would have an opportunity to partake at the table of opportunity?
So through the chair to the councilman, so the guidelines for who can participate will remain the same as what was presented to council. And essentially it is, at least in the homeowner property, largely homeowners within the the target areas. There's sort of microgeographies that the southeast side is going to be working in. That map was shared at council, and we're not looking to deviate from that. But we're also not looking at, say, arbitrarily restricting the funds based on the more traditional requirements that we have.
Okay, great. So there's flexibility, Mr. Chairman, to the director in this particular program.
Through the chair to the councilman, that's correct.
All right. And that would also extend to CHS, Mr. Carney.
Through the chair, that is correct. That would extend to the 5 partners that the Southeast Side strategist is working with.
I see. And Mr. Chairman, this just, if I could, Mr. Chairman, just deviate just a little bit, a tad here. We already have a similar package or program that we as council passed off on for all of the citizens to have the opportunities to fix and repair their homes. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
To the chair, to the councilman, if you're talking about the ARPA home repair programs, that would be a citywide program, which is a whole nother different legislation that we're actually going to be talking about next. So.
Okay, and the reason why, Mr. Chairman, I'm asking about this is because this particular piece is not going to help everybody in the ward. So so then the other contingency would be because here's the dilemma, Mr. Chairman. These funds are targeted to certain locations and geographical areas. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
Through the councilman to the through the chairman to the councilman, that is correct. There's microgeographies that have been identified and were presented at council when these were originally approved, and those are remaining.
And Mr. Chairman, to the director, I would, if at some point we could talk about those starting points and ending points within those zones that are actually going to be targeted, so that I'm fully abreast on where it starts, where it ends, and how we can effectively and efficiently on a councilmatic level communicate with our constituency group concerning the programs, how they're going to be offered, and how they're going to be utilized within these zones, one. And then two, Mr. Chairman, to the director, the other piece to this is that we have all the rest of the other citizens who are awaiting and who are making phone calls even now as it relates to them having the opportunity to be eligible. So in the instance of this, will these same guidelines of flexibility also be extended, that courtesy, to these other constituency groups? And if so, great. If not, then what would those guidelines be? And thank you,
So
Mr. Chairman,
through the chair,
for
to the
allowing me
councilman,
that deviation.
So I think that pertains to the other ordinance that's before you today, 1249. We'll be happy to go. We have the manager here who can speak to the eligibility requirements for that. Do you want to speak to that now, or you want to wait till
Mr. Chairman, I'll wait and hold, if you allow me to, on the next piece for the sake of time. And Mr. Chairman, I have no unreadiness on this particular piece. Mr. Chairman, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gray.
Thank you, Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is to be answered by director.
Is your mic on?
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I just want to go with the lining of Councilman Joe Jones' questioning. I'm not sure if I'm going to repeat what he said in a different way. I just want to have a thorough understanding. Does the Department of Aging and CHN have the capacity to do the work? And only because they did not have the capacity for their basic funding from council this year. So anyone could answer that question?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilwoman. So these funds for the Southeast Side for home repair is actually being used primarily by 5 organizations, CHN Housing Partners, Greater Cleveland Habitat for Humanity, Community Housing Solutions, in conjunction with the Aging Department, Concerned Citizens Community Council, as well as Cleveland Neighborhood Progress. And that is it. So we understand that we're not relying on any one particular organization to provide all the capacity. We certainly don't want to be put in a position where we are hamstrung as a result. So we feel pretty confident that with this group of partners, we can deploy these funds for our residents.
Okay, and I have another question pertaining to either the proposal or the program description, just trying to be a little bit thorough on this, because it is coming to the southeast side. Now, and one of these, it states that unforgettable loans, are these unforgivable loans, Chair, to either one of the directors? Now, we're talking about unforgettable loans per se. Now, we know the elders, the senior citizens are not going to be able to oblige to, unforgettable loans. Their whole destination is to get their homes prepared by a grant and not pay anything on it. Regardless of this program, regardless. Before I even came council, I was aware of the grants, and no senior citizen want to pay back any money getting their home repaired. And just to say unforgettable loans to them, if they even have to consider that, you know what we deal with. You know what we deal with. So my question in here, I understand the structure of this new proposal, I really do. But when it comes to the senior citizens moving forward with this particular program, we know that they cannot deal with unforgivable loans of any payment because we know that they're not going to move. We know they're stable. They just want their homes repaired. So just to self-explanatory to them per se, we need to be more detailed to the senior citizens, know that they won't be affected by unforgettable loans, a statement, if they don't really clearly understand that, and they hold, subjected is to get their homes repaired. And this would not affect them in any type of way. Chair, to either one of the directors or...
So through the chair to the councilwoman,
right here.
Certainly we are very much in agreement. We make our resources available based on need and capacity to repay, if that is even a factor. The majority of the projects we do, whether it's small home repairs to even large-scale affordable housing projects, we see what is needed to make the project work. If it's a grant, we'll make a grant. If it's a forgivable loan, we'll make a forgivable loan. If it's a outright loan, which has its own benefits, it recycles that funding to be able to make other projects occur. We routinely bring in around $1 million in program income based on loans. That's above and beyond what we collect from or receive from the federal government. So we don't want to. We understand about the challenges Clevelanders face, and therefore we try and design programs to the most flexible that we can, where possible.
Okay. And another question, Chair, to either one of the directors. The unforgettable loan is just strictly to homeowners or landlords who move from their property or sell their property under that time frame that they going to have to be secure under this particular proposal?
I'd have to go back to the particular proposals and what their unique approaches are, but in general, it's very common for us to have loans that are forgivable after 5 years if you remain in the home. But that's also an opportunity to protect the neighborhood so that we keep our resident base and not turn a homeowner property into something that might be a rental property that is not an interest of that neighborhood. So we're trying to design programs that are in the benefit of those receiving the funds, but also in the benefit for the neighborhood as well.
Okay. All right, and I believe one last question. Now, each of the chair, so either one of the directors, each of these particular organizations, they have a certain type of structure that they're going to be renovating and repairing homes per se, right, correct? Like in a sense, I know Cleveland Housing Equity Partners, Concerned Citizens, not Concerned Citizens, Cleveland Solutions. I know they normally have their own structure of renovators and repair. We have Concerned Citizens added on the list, and from my understanding, they're going to be doing vacant homes only with the County Land Bank and Building and Housing collaborated with Senior Citizen, Concerned Citizen Center. So that's what I'm saying. There are different structures for each of these organizations to implement their particular package of renovating homes, correct?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, that is correct. That's what was proposed and essentially passed by the council. And we're really looking for this legislation to allow us to contract with them and ensure that we're fulfilling the will of the council.
Right, thank you, but that was my question, Chair, to either one of the directors. Each organization have their own specific package that they're going to be renovating and repairing these homes per homeowner and landlord, correct? Chair to either one of the directors.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, that's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman House Jones.
Greetings. Through the chair to the community development team, and just had a question. With this investment, are we including any type of estate planning with this investment in funds?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, estate planning is a function that we are looking to integrate throughout our programs. Our bank relations, soon to be our financial empowerment manager, has had conversations and is starting to put together a package that will do that. Like many of our programs, we're looking at ways now that we can braid the necessary opportunities to deploy these type of services. I think that's probably going to be more of a job for A.D. Scott than me in the future, but I think your point is noted, and it is something that we are working on.
Yeah, just a follow-up through the chair to the team here. Like something like this is really important. Like we are spending and having some significant investments, all for it to end up as another vacant lot. So as we talk about, people not having resources, but we all have to prepare to die in transition. That is a fact of life. That is a reality of life. And far too many times what we are, in my experience thus far, in the almost 2 years I've been here, is that the city has been making various investments, and then when people die, the house just remains in limbo. Nothing can happen. Things get further deteriorated. Then we get residents that contact my office that say, "Hey, what are we going to do with this property?" Then the property is sitting there literally for 10 years or more. Then next thing you know, then it gets demolished. Then the city has to, again, in your former life, have to focus on how do we maintain the vacant lots. We have to be much more intentional in ensuring that we have a plan. Places where we are making investments, we must close the loop because it's not happening just leaving it up to people individually. And we cannot utilize, just say, because people don't have the resources, that we cannot pay them when the city of Cleveland is making significant investments. And so I really do hope that as we move forward, we have real plans that you share with us so that we can continue to talk, and have just some real community buy-in so that we can truly address in a comprehensive manner our blighted issues that are going on and continuing to happen in our communities. I mean, I literally just met with a block club this year, and not this year, this week, excuse me, and they had a list of houses on this just one little block, right? It was a list of probably 12 houses. And they talked about, and it was Longview, I'll just put them out. And they talked about how this street used to be the best street in the ward and how all the families would be here, but that is no longer. So how, I'm going to continue, once I get my little focus, I'm going to continue to stay on that point. But please share that with us so that like this investment that is going into the southeast side of Cleveland, that we can be truly ensure not only we are revitalizing, that our community can stay in this revitalized state in perpetuity. Okay? So thank you so much.
To the council, to the chair, to the councilwoman. One of my previous roles before you came on board was as the prosecutor for the housing court. So I'm uniquely sensitive to these challenges that come about by not having the financial planning in place. So I do know that Aaron Kinney, the bank relations manager, has been in communications with the banking institutions and with the legal community to try and start structuring this. So it is something that we're sensitive to. We don't want to see this investment end up in that spiral, as you explained, where it stays in the city's realm to be a parent, if you would, rather than it going to the proper place within the families.
Thank you. And then just the last one, Chair. As Councilman Harsh was showing me the Great Estates program, which I am familiar with. I know this was something recently that the county rolled out, and my office is working with, or will be working with County Councilwoman Yvonne Conwell to at least see if we can work to get that Great Estates program here rolled out in the city of Cleveland, as the initial rollout was done in our suburbs. As we know, though, that Great Estates program is absolutely needed here in the city of Cleveland. And that might be a partner that the city could work on.
To the chair, to the council, thank you. I believe Mr. Kinney is aware of it, but I took a note, so I'll make sure that I share it in case I'm thinking of a different program.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. That was a great information that Councilwoman House Jones just provided, and that just lead me to one final question of what she has said, and that question is going back to the senior citizens that I asked earlier. The senior citizen, she has a great point on how people might not be able to, passing away, and the house sits there due to the question I asked earlier about the unforgivable loans. If senior citizen did have gotten a house repaired, because she brought this up, Councilwoman House Jones brought this up months ago. She always bring it up when this comes to the table. But yes, due to the unforgivable loans, and if an elder get their homes taken care of, and they pass away, what happens at that point? Do you have a plan at that point? Because that elder owns the property, and if that home got taken care of and they pass away, under the 5-year span of the unforgivable loan, who takes on that burden of finance? Is it the next of kin, or is it the city takes on that burden under the 5-year? Who pays for that when it turns into an unforgivable loan?
To the chair, to the councilwoman, I'm going to give you a traditional lawyer answer that it depends. And the reality is it depends on how the agreement is structured and if there is any flexibility and to what extent that allows the director of community development or the administration to have any discretion on if it can be forgiven. But it's really about how it's structured.
Thank you for the questions. One thing that I've been thinking about, why don't we, let's say we repair a home, right? And there's no, next of kin, because sometimes you have those situations. Or there may be a family who really just don't want the house, right? Why aren't the city positioning ourselves for the house to then revert back to us? And then we have ownership of the house instead of letting the house go into disrepair, as Councilwoman House Jones has said, has said. Why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we putting ourselves in a position to be able to acquire that home if next of kin doesn't want it, there's no immediate family around, and someone just says, I'm okay, right? I'm not interested. Because a lot of times when you look through these properties in the histories of them, that's what has happened. either the family didn't want them. I know people personally, you know, in streets that I grew up, you know, right, who just was like, no, I'm cool. I moved away from Cleveland. I came for the funeral. I'm going back to California where I'm living now. I don't want it. And the house becoming disrepair. Sometimes the neighbors keep out and keep it secured, right? And then ultimately it goes to tax foreclosure. And if somebody buys it, then you have an issue on your hand, right? And so if we're making investments in these properties, and whether or not they stay within that time period or not, why aren't the city, maybe we putting ourselves, filing an affidavit, a transfer and death affidavit that it comes to the city, you know, if there is no next of kin or someone who wants to keep the property and take care of whatever, the balance of whatever resources have been put into the property.
To the chair, it really is sort of a question mark of the circumstances of that particular property situation, whether or not the city is in first position. Why is the property sort of in some sort of financial distress? Is it because of the back taxes? And then you start getting into issues of multiple jurisdictions. The city wouldn't just be the only one that can make that decision arbitrarily. Then it likely deals with, you know, if we're talking about death, then it's talking about probate court. That is all to say that it gets complicated very quickly, and then first and foremost, the law department really wants us not to get hold of structures. They really want the county to sort of take the lead on that, the county land bank. And they're empowered actually under state law in a way that's probably much different than the city. And in the end, if we get possession of the property as a vacant property, if there really is nothing that the county land bank can do in order to reposition that property. But
well, even that, I mean, are we working with the county land bank to be a partner? I know they're working with this whole southeast side strategy, or just citywide, right? Why aren't we, you know, making them an even more in-depth partner to, on behalf of the city? If there's no taxes on it, taxes are paid up, but the person is deceased, there's no one who wants the house. Instead of letting it sit there waiting for the taxes to build up to a point where the county will foreclose, you lose your investment into the property.
that is,
and it creates more problems than, you know, we had.
the chair, you're correct. I'm sure AD Scott has his own insights into this, but I do know that the list, the state forbearance list and tax delinquent properties lists are routinely screened by multiple entities, not just the city. And there is discussion more broadly what makes sense for acquisition, what doesn't make sense for acquisition. It sort of comes down to what are our goals and what is the best outcome for that property. And again, it's never simple. There's multiple jurisdictions. There's give and take, and then, you know, whether or not there's entities that have a position that is more favorable, or in terms of the equity stake in the property, a bank, a lender, or anyone else that might have an interest.
No, I get it. I think as we go along, we can kind of continue to talk about this, but you have instances where there's no mortgage on it, there's no lender, there's nobody else in play except us who has done the work on the house. And in particular, in most cases, you know, it's particularly the case when it's seniors, right? Someone who's a bit younger may not have, they still have the mortgage, right? A lot of seniors, the house is paid off. There's no mortgage. You know, they're maintaining the property themselves. You know, the tax payments and receiving whatever help they can to maintain the property. When there's situations like that, and we're investing a high level of dollars into a property, and there's no other people in position, there's no mortgage, there's no anyone, because we've seen that, and the house sits. I got one in my ward right now where the woman went to the nursing home, there's no mortgage on it, she passed away, house is sitting there. And it's going to take, because of the low valuation on the house, it's going to take quite some time before the house can even get to the point where you can tax foreclose on the property. And so meantime, folks are going inside of it, right? You can't keep it secure. You know, squatters, I mean, you know, but I know the city had done some work and did some roof work or some other work on the property, you know? So again, trying to look through those situations where we have those. figuring out a way that we can help, these properties from just being in a non-productive state on our streets, becoming a nuisance every day that they sit unoccupied and vacant or abandoned. You turned your mic on. You had
I
something?
did. To the chair, your point is well taken, and it actually directly responds to what Councilwoman House Jones spoke to about the proactive importance of estate planning. If a family is attentive to that and they have a mechanism to be able to do estate planning, then it guides the direction. What you're talking about is one of 20 variables, and I'm using a very arbitrary number, that could come about. There is questions of first possession, there is questions of probate, there is a wealth of questions before it works its way down, and then the city then takes on a patriarchal role of administering the estate and taking on the property and then having to move through. So it's been cherry-picked. By the time that would occur, everyone who might have found an interest in it and a more valuable interest other than just demolishing the property and then incurring debt just to own the land, So your point is well taken, and it is one that I'll engage in a conversation with law if they've ever explored that. But I could see a wealth of challenges, legal challenges in taking that step.
No, and I get it. There's some houses that's going to have each of those variables, right? And then some. But there's some houses that won't have any of those, and it'll simply be, it's just simply there, right? And so when it's something that is simple and that is something that we can easily attain, why not? Not just let it sit there and it becomes a nuisance for the street or something that someone who needs a home could be living in, right? So, all right. Any further questions? Yes.
Mr. Chair, I want to be a little pedantic because this is bothering me. Could we clean up a little bit of language in Section 7? In Section 1, which refers to Sections 1, 2, 4, and 7 of the ordinance that we're amending. In the Section 7 on page 4, it should read the director or directors. That needs to be plural. Are authorized to file all papers, and executive should be struck and replaced with execute. That sentence has just been bothering me. I'd like to clean it up if we can.
That was in Section 7?
Yeah, so it's actually Section 1, but it's referring to Section 7 of the previously passed ordinance, and in line 4, it says the director or director are authorized, and it should say director or directors are authorized. The plural should match. And then further in that sentence, authorized to file all papers and execute, I believe is the word that should be there, not executive, all documents. It's just very pedantic, and I apologize. I'm just kind of being a little anal retentive here.
About a law department.
And
Which one is that?
1184.
1184, 2023.
Okay, that is their, okay.
Yeah, it's just a little, anyway.
Yeah, it was actually 1135.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
All right, is there a second?
That's all. It was just bothering me.
Hold on one second. Is there a second?
Oh.
All right, any discussion? Is your question on this? Yes, okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, Councilwoman, your question.
Yes, this is another question just came up for all the conversation. Due to this particular ordinance for all the organizations that's going to be participating with the renovation and repairing, I'm just going to just put something out that I just want to understand that is this enough money? Is this enough funding to cover all the renovation and repairs per se that's going to be going on for the next 2 years? And the only reason why I'm asking is because due to the funding that that we receive, that we give to some of these organizations to do, to do the renovations and rehabbing out of our own funding. At one point, one of the organizations that said that they couldn't they couldn't complete all of the applications that they had from me to do in Ward 4 because they ran out of funding, and those other projects could not be taken care of. So just thinking about everything that's chair to the directors, that anybody want to ask this question, due to what I experienced this year, that a lot of the homeowners didn't get their homes repaired because one of the organizations ran out of the funding that I given. And so that question is this going to happen over the next 2 years of all these organizations, receiving all this funding? When it comes to more than enough, what other extension that's going to continue to help with these projects once they are assigned to it, to them, to do the renovations and the repairs, on top of what we're going to also additionally give next year, from our funding that we do give too. I don't know if that's a question or me just making something that happened per se, so could someone answer it?
Through the chair, to the councilwoman, I'm very, I certainly agree with the sentiment of the question. What is it going to take to do the job? I think this is a good down payment, especially within those microgeographies. The Southeast Side strategist understands that this is the first investment, not the only investment. And I do know that he has particular skills and experience in leveraging resources from the private sector. I think he's going to use this as a way to bring others to the table. My hope that it will yield results so that it does get the job done.
Okay, thank you, Chair. That's it.
Thank you. And I would add that, it'll never be enough money to help every single person all the time. You know what I mean? So it's kind of, well, my biggest concern is with our AFIP program. That's where you have the issue. With the little pot of money that's there for that program that already exists in aging. This really will get you a little bit further. And I would assume that's why you all set out and chose micro geographic areas to be able to, use the money a little more, a little more, you can use it a little bit better. Let me just say that. With the smaller areas, you're trying to spread more effectively, right? Instead of trying to spread $5 million out over all of Ward 4, all of Ward 2, all of Ward 1, it is just, now that's when you really see a problem where, there's no, you didn't achieve anything, right? There's nothing to show for it. Well, with these more micro areas, you can kind of see it better because they're in these micro areas there. So understand your question. So before we move on, the money that's going to this organization, is this on the reimbursement, or will the checks be provided upfront for the amount of money based on their proposal amounts?
Through the chair, to the Southeast Side, it will be a combination disbursement and reimbursement. The Southeast Side strategist was very clear on how they want to see the money deployed and how, and not create a barrier in terms of getting things started because organizations are waiting for reimbursements. So I do know that the proposals that we sent down to contracting, the law department have some initial disbursements that would go out, as soon as the contracts are executed.
How many organizations do we have again?
It is, I believe it's 5. It's Habitat for Humanity, CHN, the Citizens Coalition, Concerned Citizens Coalition, and CNP, as well as Habitat. I feel like I'm repeating names, but.
Gotcha. And so every organization will receive some upfront disbursement, and the rest will be based on reimbursement.
Yes, they have come up with a strategy on how
to
get the money
how
out.
much is going to be upfront?
Each proposal is different, though we're happy to share with what we sent down to
So
law department.
before we go to finance next week, Mr. Titron, can you work with the department? I want to see who's getting what upfront and who's going to be, and what the percentage is going to be reimbursed.
We can share that with
Okay.
what was submitted to the law department.
Okay. Thank you. And lastly, and also including that, who's doing vacant and who's doing occupied? Because I'm sure there's some going to do some properties and some going to do others, right?
Certainly.
Okay.
I can provide
And
that.
lastly, if there's an issue, a dispute come up, and the resident feel like the work was shoddy, and they have an issue with the professionalism of the job that was done, who's gonna make that call outside of building a house? Who's gonna make that call if there's an issue? Is it the actual one of our agents, or the city gonna step in? Like, we get calls and say, hey, our contractor came and did work, now it's leaking, I can't get a hold to them, they won't come back. Or this agent or organization, one of these 6 organizations that we're giving money to do the work, are they going to be tasked with that? Are they going to be solely responsible for addressing that? Will they make us known if there's an issue that arises? And the city will be in constant communication along with that agent as it relates to the residents' concern.
Through the chair, or to the chair, we will get you a more definitive answer. The law department did ask us to incorporate some of the rehab standards that we use in our programs, but I have to go back and see what, in terms of the after-the-fact of warranties or who signs off to ensure that it's compliant. Most programs, we require the homeowner to sign off on that the project's complete and to their satisfaction, that it essentially, we don't leave the homeowner out of that process.
Right. You know, my thing is sometimes a homeowner can look at the roof and say, oh, it looks good to them, but it really may not be the best, right? Or after a couple months, then, you know, a shingle has lifted, now you got water coming through your front porch, you know. There has to be mechanisms put in place that if that happens, that, you know, the residents are not left out to dry. And that there is some way for them to, through the agent, through the city, that we can get their situation fixed and addressed. We don't have to fight the agents to say, hey, we gave you this money. Agents say, well, when we inspected, it was fine, you know. There's some warranties, some guarantees, or something that's in place to support these residents when this work is completed, even in the properties that are rehabbed, right? So having some sort of standards, rehab standards in place is very, very, very important, because there's some people on this list who has no experience in doing this, right? In fact, you know, there's one who is going to do home repair, and I thought they were, I don't know, home repair is not something that I thought this organization did, you know, but apparently they're going to go out and contract with somebody else, and somebody else is going to do the work for them, right? And so we're going to contract with somebody, and then somebody's going to then contract with somebody else to go do it. And I'm not talking about the contractors to do the work. I'm talking about an organization who's then going to take and then have them contract with another organization to do the work. I mean, see how the layers start to build up, right, with a couple of these folks? And so we got to make clear, if there's an issue, who's going to have the final say-so and be able to address that issue with that resident or a home that someone has maybe purchased that has been substantially rehabbed using these dollars, okay? So we'll work between now and next week to address those concerns, all right? All right, see no further questions. Ordinance number 1184-2023 stands approved. As amended. All right, moving on. We got 2 more pieces. Ordinance number 1294-2023 by Councilmembers Hairston and Griffin. No, which one do you want?
1249.
1249. Okay. Ordinance number 1249-2023 by Councilmembers Hairston and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to amend the third whereas clause in section 1 of ordinance number 712-2023 passed August 16, 2023, to supplement the ordinance by adding a new whereas clause in new section 5 and to renumber existing sections 5, 6, 7 to new sections 6, 7, 8 and to relating to the agreements with various private nonprofit organizations to address vacant or abandoned properties and to provide financing for home repairs to small businesses economically impacted by COVID-19.
Thank you, Chair. With me at the table today, we have Gina Ventry. She's the manager of ARPA funds for the Department of Community Development. She'll speak more to the specifics of what we're requesting, but again, a very similar situation. This has all been presented to you before, approved by the council. When we sent down the attorney assignment request to contract these funds, law department came back with changes they would like to see in the approved legislation.
Okay.
And I will go through those changes now. The first is the Housing Advisory Board. The board met and discussed all 6 programs the partners presented, and they were approved on October 11th. The second is designating these 6 partners as city's agents for the purposes of administering these programs, and in that same section, identifying eligible costs. The third is a written support for programs that are specifically for minority and women-owned businesses. So there was a disparity study conducted by the city in 2012 that identified disparities in access to credit markets and access to city opportunities. That's included in this ordinance. There was also a larger scale study done at Case that came to the same conclusions regarding redlining. And number 4, it includes the specifics of the revolving loan programs administered by these agents, and specifically that the revolving loan has an end date and that the unused funds will be returned to the city.
What's the end date?
It depends on the programs in the contracts, but right now, we're looking at somewhere in the latter half of 2026.
Okay. And this came out of our revenue recovery fund, right?
Correct.
So this is not the pot that has the strings attached to it. This is what we ran through revenue recovery. And so this is our date.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Questions from the committee? Yes.
Through the chair, where is that date noted in the legislation?
It doesn't notice for the revolving loan end date.
Yes.
It doesn't note a specific end date, just that the organization will stop making loans at the end of a given period, and that a specific date will be included in the contract for the return of any unused funds at the end of that period to the city. That's in Section 5 amended.
What's the given period?
It will be specified within the contract. Each contract will be a little bit different.
Why is that? Why aren't they all held to the same?
So the response to the chair, this is the language that the law department requests. I'm assuming it's to provide some flexibility based on the proposals that were submitted. They're not old ending December 31st, 2026. They're staggered a little bit. So rather than citing each proposal in the ordinance, they're asked for this language.
So we let the applicants determine how long their program will run for and when it will end? We didn't have at least some sort of threshold or baseline when we want the money to be expended. I mean, because someone can say 6 years, but we know that we want this money to be expended, and the purpose of this was so that, and this is, the department's push always, we want to quickly get this money out the door and get it into the hands of the folks and put them on the streets.
To the response, yes, this is to get the money out quickly, but also, the law department wants to ensure set the start date and the end date. And on the end date, there are certain requirements that need to happen, such as returning funds to the city of Cleveland. I think our ARPA manager, Gina Ventry, will be the one really making sure that funds are getting invested. And if they're not getting invested, then we'll have other methods to address that non-compliance of the contract.
Okay.
We do not want to be at 2026 with nothing invested.
Exactly. So what I want to do, I won't do it now, but I will make that, there will be an amendment at Finance Committee to set a given period in here, in the ordinance, and for a period for the money to be returned, any unused funds. So, Mr. Tytron, let's work over the next few days to come up with a given time period and when that money will be returned. Because what we don't want to see this body is that this money is kind of sitting out there and that no one has done anything for the first. If they know they have 5 years, because I think you and I talked about this, if they have 5-year period, they do nothing in the first 2-3 years, but then they try to rush in the last 2 years of a 5-year period and do all of this work, right? And then that's when you get into issues of the quality of work, you get into other issues along the way because they're trying to cram, all this work in at once.
And to the chair, we also agree to that sentiment. We are structuring the contract so that there are performance metrics. Mm-hmm. There's not a lump sum with no milestones. We will work with the law department to clarify what that specific date should be so that we can get these contracts taken care of as soon as possible and meet your concerns.
Thank you. Get it to us so that way we can see that before Finance Day. And please don't send it on Monday at 10 o'clock or Friday, okay?
It is a holiday week, so I'll try.
Got you. You already got some idea, I'm sure, already. There's been some conversations. There's something that's been sent to the law department already, So I'm sure there's some thoughts already, okay? All right. Councilman Harsh.
I just wanted, it could just be as simple as a sentence at the end of section 5, not past the date of
Yeah.
January 1st, 2026.
Okay.
December
December, yeah.
31st, 2026.
So we'll have it straight by finance. We'll have some dialogue on it. Yeah.
Get it all out in 2 years.
All right. Okay, any further questions? All right, seeing none, ordinance number 1249-2023 stands approved.
All right.
Put that in there. Last piece. Wow.
Copies of that amendment that we gave, that Amy Scott gave you.
2.
Thanks, Gina.
Thank you, Gina. It's a good meeting you. All right. Ordinance number 1135-2023, as amended by Councilmembers Harrison and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to discontinue the divisions of neighborhood services, neighborhood development, and administrative services by repealing sections 137.07, 137.08, 137.09, 137.10, 137.11, and 137.12 of the codified ordinances of the city of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, as amended by various ordinances, and to establish divisions of community programming, program operations, enterprise operations, residential improvement, housing development, and property utilization within the Department of Community Development by enacting new sections 137.05 through 137.12 and 137.121, 137.122, 137.123, and 137.124 relating to the duties of the new commissioners. All right.
To the chair, to the council. So, little brief history. We've been at the table before. I may not have been before you in this particular capacity, but I've watched the hearings for CD. You want services to be rendered to your citizens. The citizens want them, and you want to see improvements in them. The administration, Director Hernandez, Assistant Director Wackers were responsive to that. They lobbied for the opportunity to get a consultant in to be able to assess our operations. And essentially what they realized is that for the roles that we satisfy, we were going too deep. The 3 administrative aspects, neighborhood development, administrative services, and housing development, were responsible for too much, and that impacted our efficiency and our effectiveness. What the consultants have come up with, and what we've already started moving towards, which is what has me here now as the second assistant director, is to be able to cover more effectively the tasks that we have. So by moving away from those 3 divisions and going into the divisions, I can't read that small language, I don't see how you do it. Community programming, program operations, enterprise operations, residential improvement, housing development, and finally, property reutilization, that we can more effectively manage the programs and the funds and the administration of the service that we try to provide to your citizens. What you see before you is we realized that historically, commissioners were the titles that we were using, and that would take a much lengthier process before this body. We're actually not seeking to continue to use commissioners. We're seeking to use administrative bureau managers who would that way be able to be more hands-on with their staff. They would have less direct reports, be engaged in training, development, monitoring, strategic initiatives. And that's why we're here before you, in short.
Thank you. When you say you said consultants. Is that the consultants that were hired to modernize City Hall at one point?
Just leave it.
Modernize, yeah. It's so hard for me to say
I
that.
believe these are not the, to the chair, these are not the same consultants that
Okay.
were hired. The Director Hernandez petitioned for specifically consultants in order to improve the efficiency of community development.
Of her department, okay. Any questions from my colleagues? Councilman Harsh?
Yeah, so, through Madam Chair, this is, essentially we're deleting departments and creating new departments, and I'm not, to borrow a phrase from Councilman Jones. I'm not at ease with these new changes. I don't know what all this means. I don't know what all these new positions are. I don't know how this works. It's only 3 pages or 4 pages of what seems to be a major overhaul of the department, and I'm not comfortable. I'm not at a level of comfort with what these changes mean. So I have a lot of questions that I would have to go through department by department to ask questions about who are in these spots, what are the current functions that are moved into these. I would like to know how all the duties get reassigned from where they currently are before I would be comfortable. This seems like a much larger issue than a last, item for, before Thanksgiving.
Councilman Harsh, Councilwoman Spencer wants a point.
Yeah,
You allow
please.
it?
Thanks. I just wanted to add to what Councilman Harsh is saying. This is a substantial enough set of changes that I think, that's our colleague's phone, and I don't know how to turn it off. Substantial enough set of changes that I think this is something that shouldn't be talked about for the first time at the table. I'm a little surprised to see something of this scale coming to us in this setting. And, with other pieces we heard earlier today, we were in conversation with the administration for a number of days, if not weeks prior. So I'm a little surprised to see this coming to the table kind of cold today. And I don't have a high level of comfort either voting on this today.
Or continue, it's your.
No, I would request that the chair hold this until we can understand it better. There's a lot to digest here.
I think Councilman Harrison set me up. Let me see if I can get him back in the room. Hold on one second. Councilwoman, do you have a question? No?
I mean, I talked to the director, so.
Okay.
Oh, you
So,
did?
Did most of the colleagues meet with you about this, or?
I would have to defer.
So, to the chair, this has been discussed with, obviously, the chairman, and to other conversations that the director has had with other council people. I'm not a party to that. I think, one, we understand this is the beginning of a conversation. We know this is a big change. We're not looking for a speedy approval necessarily. The director understood that as well, and she said, just, we need to come here and understand where you guys are, give a high-level overview, and she is offering more to go in depth in this proposal, either moving forward to finance and government or doing something after the new year so that you guys can become aware of it. I think the change we are seeking is really articulated by the amendment. The long part of this ordinance, Section 4, we are not looking to have approved. We're actually looking to strike that based on the law amendment that's was shared with you guys. But we are looking to do a difference in that we don't want to have divisions and we don't want to have commissioners. Commissioners are a creature of city ordinance. You establish them in order to give them specific powers. The commissioners that the department had never had any specific powers assigned to them. There were commissioners without power. The department director is the one that is really empowered under city ordinances. And therefore, we feel it's much more appropriate that we have the administrative bureau manager and establish bureaus as opposed to divisions. The division really, as the word states, you're dividing your department. We don't view this as a department that really needs to be divided and siloed out. We want to view this as a collaboration. A.D. Scott will be overseeing a number of functions that are going to have to work in tandem with a number of functions that I will be overseeing. And this is very much as guided by the consultants that we had who looked at other major metropolitan cities, things that Albany, Dallas, Atlanta, in a way that how can we have a department that fulfills the needs of the council and the city and the residents. I think we are happy to answer any questions. And we understand that we don't have a full-blown presentation, but we wanted to first get an initial conversation first before we sort of take a deep dive and get your pulse.
I'm done, yeah.
I'll just add to that I think I do think a full-blown presentation is needed to really understand how this is changing from the current state to the new state, and your advocacy around it. So I think certainly open to the conversation, but I'm not sure the best way to present the materials. It could be in a committee setting or whatever our chair would prescribe, but it's not. I would be able to process the requested changes better, understanding the different, clearly differentiating between current state and desired future state and justifying that. So I'm not at a comfort level to vote for the piece today. Thank you.
Councilman Jones?
Mr. Chairman, certainly with the wisdom of the chair and hearing my other colleagues make their presentations as relates to the nuance of this, we are speaking of changing how many divisions, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
To the chair, to the councilman, changing from 3 divisions into 6 sections, 6 bureaus.
So how many divisions currently do we have, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
To the chair, there are presently 3.
There's 3 divisions, and we're doing what with those? How many divisions do we currently have? How many divisions are we looking to change? How does that work? Because I'm looking at this here, and I'm trying to figure it out.
To the chair, to the councilman, is moving away from 3 divisions to 6 bureaus, not being overseen by a commissioner, but being overseen by an administrative bureau manager.
And when we look at these various different divisions, and I concur with the gentle lady Spencer as relates to having a full-blown presentation, why wouldn't we have that with such an organizational change?
To the chair, to the council. Could you repeat the last question, sir?
With, listening to the gentle lady, Jenny Spencer, for why would we not have, because we're moving from 3 to create 6 with one person over that, right? Is that correct? Why would we not have a full presentation to give us the pros and cons of how this and why this would work?
Yeah. To the chair, to the councilperson, it would, slight correction, be a director with 2 assistant directors, with 3 of those being overseen by myself and 3 of them being overseen by Assistant Director Wackers. As to your point of the presentation, I would reiterate what Assistant Director Wackers indicated, that the goal of the director was to get a conversation started, and she would be amenable to a presentation in the future.
Okay, to get a conversation started. So can you give me an example, Mr. Chairman, so we might as well have the conversation, let's jump into it, right? So then if we're looking at the division of enterprise operations, I want to make sure I'm on the same page here. So what are the divisions you're going to create? And I'm looking at ordinance number 1135, 2023, and it seems like you have a division of community programming, duties of the commissioner and community programming, divisions of program operations, duties of the commissioner program operations, and it continues, et cetera, from pages 2, 3, and 4. Do you have any kind of material substance other than the organization? Other than the ordinance? Do you have any material substance, Mr. Chairman, so we can start the conversation? So we can have more material that tells us how these operations are going to function up under the proposition that you're bringing forth today with this ordinance 1135, 2023?
So to the chair, to the council person, the actual divisions, I'll reiterate them: community programming, program operations, enterprise operations, residential improvement, housing development, and property reutilization, excuse me, they are enumerated in those respective sections that we're seeking to repeal, so I don't want to reference them as what you should use as source documentation. The only reason I'm reading from is just the print is substantial enough for me to read them. So to your point, do I have some literature in front of you that's more expansive? No, sir, I do not at this time.
And when you get the presentation, because it sounds like the body's not going to pass this, and I understand why, will you have a little bit more breakdown on, I see the general duties and functions of the various different operations here. Can you make available all of their functioning and functionality? And would this, Mr. Chairman, once we change this structure around, because I presume the structure is so that you can have a better management system than what you currently have, because that's what it appears like here from what I'm reading, and just taking a brief look here. Can you break down the presentation to talk about, or will you be starting the proposition of going back into, and I think which was a real functional department in years past, where they perform the functions that now we have, what's the term here, delegated to other local development corporations? Will you be doing functions and work like that? Will you be bringing stuff back into the in-house? Mr. Chairman, to the director.
To the chair, to the councilperson, there will be an organizational chart that'll be presented in that presentation. And in the course of that, it can speak to what functions we'll be doing internally, as well as what we'll be doing with partnerships. So that can be fleshed out at that time.
Right. But is that the concept, though, with the organizational change?
To the chair, to the councilperson, program oversight is our priority, but we will also still have external partners that we work with. But we have to tighten up on program oversight and make sure that we're moving the product from intake through production, through payment to our contractors, and that we're actually giving the citizens the services they deserve.
And with this existing construct that you're putting together here, Mr. Chairman, maybe I might be able to understand this a little bit, is we're talking about how many employees?
I have a recollection.
To the chair, it's essentially the same head count, but we are, so we're budgeted at 91 across our general fund and entitlement funds, and we are looking to, we are looking to better position them and give them, as the assistant director said, a better oversight.
Right. So then you will have an accountability system in, because one of the things that I know I have had a problem with is that in years past, this council used to have a person who's assigned to each of the members to help them with community organizing, planning, and the distribution of funds. So will we look at trying to get back to that level of administrative partnership with the council that we had in years past? And I don't know, Mr. Wackers, if you were here during that time, but it was a functionality that now we have one person that's in our staff, and then John James handed it over to Tony Tell, that's doing the functions of the entire council as a whole. So we'll start to taking up back again that level of flawlessness partnership, because I heard about the horror stories through my colleague Kerry McCormick about how at one point in time when I wasn't here, when I had just gotten here in 2018, how everything was lethargically slow. Can't get anything done.
Look, so if I can, like the work Deborah Prater does and all the other planners. So what he's talking about is that, and I recall because even, Ms. Fain, who run our food program, she worked directly with the planner. Like either every ward or every couple of wards, there was one planner per one or two wards or every ward that not only just dealt with projects that we wanted to fund out of discretionary dollars, but they were planners for each neighborhood or each ward. And is that something, just on to the councilman's question, that something that's going to come out of this as well?
Yeah, so to the chair, to the councilperson, we're willing to work with council on anything when we have those discussions. To any specific conversation, that's not a plan that I'm familiar with in the past as well. As you know, only recently moved into this role, so you're speaking of a structure that I'm not familiar with, so I don't want to commit to it prematurely.
Yeah. I will add, the changes will be responsive to what you're harking back to. We are going to sort of mimic what the planning department does, and I understand that ED might be also doing that, where we'll have regional community engagement specialists covering specific neighborhoods, including like ED does for your ward. That's already been put into the system that we're looking to adopt, and I'll just leave it at that.
Well, see, here, and Mr. Chairman, I know that it has been gone under the previous, not this administration, but the previous administration kind of like scrapped all of that somehow. I don't know if it was an issue of economy, didn't have the resources, and so there was downsizing or whatever the scenario may be. But what I will say, Mr. Chairman, is that it was really flawless. I didn't have to worry about a whole host of things that I now have to deal with and worry about, one. And then two, and then let me just make sure I say this because I don't want Tony Tell to think that I'm trying to get rid of her job. I love Tony Tell. I'm not trying to get rid of your job. I think that, we can have our person here at council to work with the department to make sure that we have a flawless move. But as elected officials today, our plates are so full. Mm-hmm. So when we want programs that we need to get into our neighborhoods and get out, it has always been difficult. For an example, the housing program that I got established for my neighborhood. Mm-hmm. Well, it took 4 years mm-hmm. to get that off and moving. Mm-hmm. 4 years. And so for me, that's just way too long. And so in years past, I was able to come up with a concept and an ideal. I would give it to the city planner that worked in your department, mm-hmm. for an example, and I had it off in 3 to 6 months mm-hmm. with the funding that we had gotten during those periods of time.
Yeah. Through the chair to the councilman, I think to put in perspective the difference in capacity that we used to have, when the time that we were operating the way that you talk about, we had a department of 130 staff.
Right. Yeah.
At the time that I think Councilman Cormick says when we couldn't get anything out the door, which is true. When I came on board in 2016, we had dropped down to a department of 56 people.
Ooh.
We literally could not get anything done. We've been building back up. The director has been specifically looking at how we can create capacity, either through added manpower or better process or better management. This reorg really gets us there. It also ensures that we really focus on what we need to deliver, which is why we're looking at these regional community engagement specialists on top of the community engagement specialists that you already fund, and why we're doing 6 administrative bureau managers, and really figuring out how we can create synergy within the department to support overall initiatives.
And then, Mr. Chairman, because I know we're going to come back with this, just as a suggestion, right? You may already have it, so I'm going to ask it. And this is the same question I asked in the Department of Planning Commission in terms of what their mission is, and now it seems like they're trying to get to doing what their mission statement tells them to do, that the charter has codified for them to do. And that is having someone who is writing grants. Do we have a grant writer in your department?
Through the chair to the councilman, we do not have a position of a grants writer, but we do write grants on a routine basis.
Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, here, and I'm just going to use this word because I think that we should get used to it around this table, sustainability. If we're gonna get serious about improving the growth of the city of Cleveland, we're gonna get serious about improving public service in the city of Cleveland. We're gonna be serious about how we deliver these services and how we can expand the growth of this city. Then each of these departments, Mr. Chairman, with my humble submission of this and suggestion, should have a grant writer. We have all of these wonderful people. If you want to feel growth, you need to have money coming in. If you're sitting here today totally at the whim of taxes only to run this system, when it's always from time to time like a roller coaster, we can see why we dropped from 131 people down to now, what, 91 people in the totality of the department? Is that how many people we have, Mr. Chairman, to Director Wackers?
With the regular turnover, we're always somewhere in the mid-80s, even though we're budgeted for 91. But we have clawed back from the mid-50s.
I would say part of our discussion then should be about how we, when you come back, how do we talk about in this plan, Mr. Chairman, with, as a humble submission of this body, talk about how we get a grant writer in that department. We should have that. Given the fact that it's a major department, number one. Number two, majority of the money, part of it which comes from tax base, and the other part of which comes from the federal government. And we know the federal government has a lot of programs. We should be having maybe a department of people in your department that do nothing but think about how they're going to bring money, Mr. Chairman, into your department so that we can stay strong and stable, if that makes sense. And that would be my humble suggestion, is since we're here talking about the proposition, Mr. Chairman, of this new program change, part of the new program change, Mr. Chairman, should be that we put in a person who is responsible for doing nothing but writing grants, or 2 people or 3 people who do nothing but scowl the proposition of what the federal government has, so that we can start getting money and bringing a lot of money into the city of Cleveland for various different projects. And Mr. Chairman, I would like to see what the administration has to say about that.
Any thoughts?
To the chair, to the councilperson, again, we're willing to have any conversation, so we'll discuss it.
Do you think it's a good idea, Mr. Chairman?
To the chair, to the councilperson, I think a portion of the administration that works on grants for the city is a more realistic and effective proposition than existingly within a department, humbly speaking, since you asked.
For an example, who are you referring to, Mr. Chairman?
To the chair, to the councilperson in general. So meaning if there was a division within, and I'm not an elected official, so I won't say where they would go, but if there was a capacity within the administration that focused only on grants throughout the city.
But we don't have that, Mr. Chairman, do we? To the director?
To the chair, to the councilperson, no. No, that's what I said. So you asked me my opinion.
Right.
I said it would be, I think it is not a bad idea within the administration as opposed to a specific department or division.
But I would think that this would be a perfect location where we would be writing grants, because we're helping people. We have programs. We're delivering a service. We are allocating funds and delegating funds to various different operations, Mr. Chairman. And so I would think that if there was any department that would be about the proposition of grant writing, it should come from community development. And you said the whole purpose of being here today was to throw this out here so we can have suggestions. So I'm just, putting it out here, humbly suggesting that, since we are in the proposition of discussion, and because we don't have a full-blown program, how about come back and talk about how you're going to bring something that can sustain this department beyond yourself sitting here, beyond this council sitting here at this table. How do we grow the city of Cleveland? 2 parts of that is community development, 1, and 2, the other one is economic development. It's something that I've been saying here sitting at this table for the longest. When we look at other cities, Mr. Chairman, what really tips me off to the highest festivity is they're growing and they're going. And they got cranes all over the place. We have probably here in this city one of the most beautiful lakefronts on earth, and we have not capitalized off of it. So my humble suggestion, Mr. Chairman, would be, could we do that here? Can the administration think about how that possibility could be? And then that would help to fuel us so that, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Wackers, as you stated in your earlier testimony, according to our distinguished colleague, Kerry McCormick, we weren't able to move anything. And that has negatively impacted the east side of the city of Cleveland. And we look like a war zone. So what I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, is that we must think beyond ourselves, get out of our comfort zone, Mr. Chairman, if we're going to talk about a new organization and talk about how we fund that. So that would be my take, Mr. Chairman. I know Kerry McCormick agrees with me 100%. On this, because we've talked about this. We talked about how we need to get our financial institutions involved with the city of Cleveland. We have a number of institutions here that loan to our neighborhood. There's nowhere in the world we should not have partnerships with them in the community development department. And then having the community development department, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, work with putting together deals that uplift the citizens of the city of Cleveland, pulls our city out of the drum look. And in some areas, Mr. Chairman, I'll say to you, it is depressing. It's depressing, Mr. Chairman, when I go to some neighborhoods in the city of Cleveland and they look horrible. And people got to live in those conditions. So if we have a strong, functioning community development department that has the capacity to go and get grants from the federal government like all of these other cities are doing, so much the better. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry I've got animated here on this end of the corner. But I'm dealing with a lot as relates to our neighborhoods. And we're doing this. This is what our city is doing, this phone here. It has stood in this spot for the last 30 years, and it hasn't moved an inch. We got to be running. So, Mr. Chairman, I just say, humbly suggest that this should be a strong consideration that we start somewhere. Thank you. I yield the floor, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Councilman. The department indicated they're happy to have that conversation and make that a part of our discussion, all right? Yes. Sure.
I just had one more question through our chair. I wanted to make sure I understood again the origins of this piece. Is it related to the overall strategic planning process that is taking place, that the administration is undertaking, or just wanted to understand if there's any connection there?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, the modernizing or the city reorg plan that's being done by Ernst & Young is certainly being informed by the work that we've done, but we started probably a year before in terms of we understood that the department needed to really look at itself. We couldn't wait a year, and really it's still a year off before the Ernst & Young plan, I believe, will be in any form that could be shared with anyone. So we really took a deep dive in terms of what our department needed. We have a plan that is, we're starting to put the pieces together, and we want to get the support and the authorizations that are needed, and this is one of the first steps. And the director is going to be sharing that overall vision and plan with all of you, in addition to the community at large.
Thank you. I certainly think this is an important conversation, and I'll just follow your lead, Mr. Chair, about how to best proceed. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Teicher and I both had opportunity when meeting with the department, as we always do, just to hear about what they're working on, to understand what's coming. We had some discussions around a proposed reorg. Initially, as the piece indicated, we're trying to bring on 3 more commissioners in addition to the 3 commissioners that already exist. But out of our conversations, that has been changed, and there's no longer a need or want to bring on 3 additional commissioners, but to do something differently to address concerns or try to get the department to be a little more proactive, more responsive, more engaged in everything that's going on. One thing that really got me is the Office of Community Engagement, or I don't know if is that what you call it?
Programming, or Office of Community Engagement under the Bureau of Community Programming.
The programming. I mean, we talk a lot about engagement in the communities, and that's just something that has not always been at the highest level, but this would have an opportunity to do so. So I think there's a lot of good things in here, but yes, the department, come back with some sort of detailed presentation. We'll look at getting you on next week, so that way we can continue this discussion moving forward. So we'll hold this for today, and then we'll come back and we'll work through these. Work through your requested sunsets and additions to the department. Okay, all right. Orders number 1135 has been held. Seeing no further questions, DPNS committee is adjourned. Thank you all for